It says looks like Jadepi's hair. Marka sector 12, pocket B, blocked. 3% it has detected. That current location is KR Mangalam University. It says looks like Jaideep is here. 3% it has detected. That current location is KR Mangalam University. It says looks like Jaideep is here. Marka sector 12, pocket B, locked. 3% it has detected. That current location is KR Mangalam University.
Okay, Arjun, are we streaming now?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah,
Are
We
we
can get started now.
we're live and the recording has started as well.
okay? Great. Let's get started.
Yes.
Uh, Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the eYantra Ideas Competition Finals, where 5,098 students have participated along with 733 faculty as 1346 teams. And these teams were given the problems from sustainable development goals to identify interesting problems and solve them. And they were put through an innovation and entrepreneurship workshop by us where they were taught to look for interesting problems to solve and articulate their proposals, which we vetted down to about 136. And we asked 136 teams to build the artifact that they proposed in their proposal. Finally, when we got the uploaded videos, we chose 49 proposals for displaying the artifact at exhibitions remotely around India at Coimbatore, Bombay, Pune, Ahmedabad, and Delhi. And from those 49 displays, we have selected 21 for the finals, which were to have been held at IIT Bombay in April this year. But as you know, we had lockdown and this was deferred indefinitely. Now, one more thing that students love to have is that they look forward to an internship with IIT Bombay, with eYantra at IIT Bombay every year. And the winners get as prize some cash and a possible chance at doing an internship at IIT Bombay. This year, however, because of the lockdown, we wondered what to do. Since we didn't want to disappoint the students, we said, okay, let's take the internship online. And we decided to give remote internships. And I'm delighted to say that we gave 133 remote internships, and the program has been a resounding success. We are blown away ourselves by the potential of the online medium, which we didn't really understand. And I'm happy to say that our experience with working with young people in a community which is online, all 133 of them, along with 35 mentors, has been a real eye-opening experience. And we look forward to engaging more and more in a scalable way with young people like that. So to cut a long story short, today, because we were inspired by our students, what they were able to do in the internship, we said, why not do the finals also online and give students and ourselves a sense of closure. And we had the finals of the eYantra robotics competition last week over 6 days. Typically, it's a very intense 2-day event at IIT Bombay, which really sort of kills us in the kind of, immediacy and the amount of work that happens. This year, we said, let's pace ourselves and enjoy each of the themes and each of the days. And we paced it out over 6 days. And there were 6 very intense and enjoyable days when the students were able to present what they've done and be appreciated by the jury and be asked searching questions and put on a mat like a kind of viva. We decided let's do the same with the ideas competition. So what we'll feature here is Lohit will explain to you the process. But before we do that, let me just introduce our very eminent jury to you. They are friends from industry, from academia. I'd like to first start with, if each of the jury can unmute their video and just wave to our audience. We have first Kiran Deshpande, who is an IIT Bombay alumnus. He did his basic degree in BITS Pilani, then he did his MTech at IIT Bombay. And after that, various jobs. He was managing director and CEO of Tech Mahindra for a few years. He took the company from $7 million to $125 million. After that, he got the itch and decided to do a startup. So he was co-founder of Mojo Networks, a company in the wireless security space. Since then, he's been doing various things. I think they've sold off Mojo, and he was president of TIE, the Indus entrepreneurs in Pune, where he mentored almost 25 startups. So he's an angel investor now, and he's a board advisor to a number of startups. So he's here with us to give us the entrepreneurship angle to the ideas which have emerged in this competition. Along with him, we have Advait Kudlikar, who's also an IIT Bombay alumnus. He's a career management consultant. He's a TIE Pune charter member, and he's a governing council member, and he heads the education initiative. And I must say, hats off to both Kiran and Advait for volunteering to be with us for all 3 days. And I'm very, very keen to discover from them what they thought of the entire event. They've been extremely pleased with whatever they've seen till now. We have Romesh Kaul. He is a colleague. I spent a year with Mahindra & Mahindra as Chief Technology Officer way back in 2007. And that's when we discovered him. He's a mechanical engineer, but he's the managing director of Mahindra CIE, which is a company that makes gears and gearboxes based out of Rajkot. And CIE is the Spanish part of that company. And when I spoke to him about being part of the jury, he says, "No problem, Kavi. That's brain tonic," he said. And I'm delighted to see his pleasure in engaging with young people with us. So Ramesh, thanks very much for that. Yes, wonderful to have you here with us. Last but not least, we have Professor Paritosh Pandya, who's a colleague of mine now. Paritosh, I don't see you. You're hiding behind the icon.
Oh, no, but my camera is unmuted.
Okay, so we'll see you in a moment.
Oh,
Yes, we see you now.
okay.
So Paritosh is a computer scientist par excellence. His area is logic, automata, the mathematics of program construction, embedded systems, and all that. He's had a very distinguished career ever since he did his BTech in MS University in Baroda and MTech at IIT Kanpur, and he did his PhD in TIFR. So he's a former professor and dean of the School of Technology and Computer Science in TIFR, and he's now adjunct faculty in the Computer Science Department of IIT Bombay. Many interests, computer music is one of them, and he's given a very scintillating talk to our interns a few weeks ago on his passion. But what we like most about him is his very user and application oriented feeling towards computer science, that we have to marry formalisms with technology and actually build real products in a rugged and reliable way. So we really appreciate him being here. And he's always been a well-wisher and fan of eYantra, and now he's formally also working with us, and hopefully for the next whatever time that we engage with young people. So without much ado, that's our very eminent jury.
Thanks,
I'm very
Kavi.
excited. Thank you, Paritosh. I'll hand the floor over now to Lohit, who will give you the next steps and get the program off the ground. So over to you, Lohit.
Thank you, sir. So I again welcome all the jury members. So quick instructions before we get started. I request all the members in WebEx to mute your video and your mic at any given point unless asked for. When the team demonstration and the Viva is complete, sorry, not the Viva, when the video and the pitch is complete, I request the teams to unmute their videos and not their audio. When need to answer a question, please unmute your mic. So please follow this. So for teams who are not present yesterday, I would like to just tell you what the awards are for this time. This year we have total of 10 awards to be given. The first category is top 6 projects out of the 21. Then we have top 3 elevator pitch based on the videos that we collected recently. And then we have interesting one Viewer's Choice Award. So I would suggest and encourage all the team members to invite their friends, family members to watch our YouTube link, watch all the teams and vote for the best team for this particular award.
Lohit, you can unmute your video. Otherwise, we are seeing only a dismembered voice. Yes. So I would encourage our jury whenever they're asking a question to unmute their video, so the world out there knows who's speaking. So okay, Lohit, all yours.
So we'll get started. We're running short by 10 minutes. So we'll go in sequence as given given in the schedule. So the first team for the day is team ID 118. The project title being Flying Quadruped Robot for Surveillance. So Avijit, please play.
Our project title is Flying Quadruped Robot for Surveillance. We get this idea based on the biomimic of a bird. Usually the drones, flights and all evolved from the biomimicking a bird. So all the birds can fly and as well as it can walk. Why can't we implement the walking in the drone? So we just implemented the walking part in the drone. By using the 4 legs, it can walk around with the 2 degrees of freedom. Basically, for surveillance purposes, drones are used. It has a major disadvantage of creating much noise. And also it has a disadvantage of less operating time. By implementing our project, we can increase the operation time. That is, for walking and all, it does not consume much power. So the surveillance operation time will be more. And also, the servos won't produce as much noise as the drones do. So our basic concept is to improve the existing surveillance process by implementing our project. We just designed the project in the SolidWorks and all, and we implemented the quadcopter. By using this, we can control it. And we have interfaced both the control using a single controller. Using a single controller itself, we can control both the drone as well as a quadruped. We are using switches for the motion of a quadruped. This is for stand and walking in and turning left and turning right and all. And for final position to take off position. And also by using this throttle and all, we can control the drone part. For drones and all, it is majorly used for surveillance, rescue operations and all. But it have a major disadvantage of creating much noise while surveillance. And also there is another problem, that it have less flight time, and so that the surveillance time will be much reduced. So that it prolongs the time of surveillance on the particular area. And also the noise is negligible compared to the drone flying and all. We programmed this toggle position for stand, so that the bot is able to stand. And after switching it to one motion, can walk. Now it's lifted into drone position. Hello everyone. Our project title is Flying Quadruped Robot for Surveillance. Our team ID 118. The problem we are trying to solve is the difficulties in surveillance, exploration, search and rescue operations. The defense of any country involves conducting basic survey of potential hazardous areas. The use of quadruped drone, our project, reduces the risk of persons as they do not enter these hazardous areas. The solution we are providing is use of quadruped drone for surveillance, which reduces manual labor and also provides a greater field of view. The uniqueness of our project is use of legs, which comprises the advantages of both legged robots as well as drone. After entering the surveillance area, we can switch to walking mode, which reduces the noise and also increases the operating time of the surveillance. The potential market of our project is government and explorers. The team behind our successful implementation is myself, Govindraj K, the designer. I developed the idea and the design of the project. And Kavin Raja Ji, the programmer. He programmed the walking part as well as the flying part. And Neeraj A, the developer. He constructed the product and on an AT, the executor. He tested the product. And our product flying quadruped robot is a walking drone. We named it as Birdoni as it is built from the inspiration of a bird, which is also a biomimic of a bird, which can also walk as well as fly. One should buy our project for effective and efficient surveillance. Thank you.
That's good. So I request the jury members to ask questions to the team. And the team members, please unmute your videos and be ready for taking up questions. Jury members?
Okay, can I go first? Ramesh here.
Yes, sir, sure. Yeah, please.
Yeah, my question to the team is, what are the benefits of or uses of the walk mode in what is essentially a surveillance product from a height? It's a product which will do surveillance of a larger area of land, and obviously it won't be able to. My guess is it won't be able to cover long distances in the walk mode. So what is really the benefit to the user behind this walk mode, or what applications does it? What other applications or needs does it fulfill? Walk mode. Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Sir?
Yeah, please.
Yes, Raj, go.
Sir, so we found that the area which is to be investigated is not like every time there should be a flight movement. So there might be a specific place where we must be supervised in that particular place. In that particular place, the flight of the drone must be very useful. The major disadvantages in drone was like when it was carrying heavy loads, the battery must be small, so thereby resulting lower flight time. So we thought that in the places where it don't need to fly, it can walk, and the places where it is major and which is important, it can use the movement. Sir.
Can you give a specific example, please?
So the place where the initial position where the drone to be reached, and from the start point and the position where the drone to be reached, it can be accompanied by walking, sir. Where the place it should be supervised, it can switch off to drone.
Okay.
Hi, this is Kiran here. I want to pick up what Romesh has said and think of an alternative where you have a robo doing robo work and a drone doing drone work, which is managed from a central console. Would that not be a better alternative than putting both into one? Just extending Romesh's question here.
So generally quadruped saloons are used for surveillance and also. We just incorporated the advantages of both drone as well as quadrupeds. So we are also planning on using it like a swarm robot. First quadruped followed by a drone upside and also.
So Romesh asked you, can you give us a specific example where it is, advantageous to combine the two? A very specific
So,
example.
so for example, let's take a disaster area, sir. So some like earthquake and all. There is a certain position which cannot be reached by a drone, as it is a small and all, and also a rugged surfaces like slope and terrain area and all. That in that area we can switch to a quadruped mode, so it can walk and go inside the zone and find over the hostages and all like that. Survivors.
No, I get your Govinda. I get. Sorry, Kiran sir. If for earthquake and a big building has broken down, and there are cavities, and you want to find out are there any people trapped inside, etc., and so on, then obviously the drone mode doesn't work. The quadruped mode might and actually be able to go inside. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I like to add one more point to that, Govind's. For example, we can also use this product in the site construction area where we cannot fly all over the time.
Again,
I know two startups. One side they have a drone which is cloud managed for exactly the drone operation, and there is a battery operated robo that can do the stuff like going under a building in earthquake, exactly what Ramesh is saying. So let us park this thought. I don't think we have time to dig deeper into it. But the idea of two use cases is good. Do we need one form factor or two form factor is something that you guys should think about.
Correct.
Yeah.
Good, but an interesting innovation, if I may say, nevertheless. So, compliments to the team.
Yes, yes.
I had a question. This is Paritosh. Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes,
sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
so
sir.
I think the idea of having this dual mode, unmanned ground vehicle mode and an unmanned, aerial mode is interesting. Now, UAVs can either be for, mapping things out where they fly at the height of 100 feet or, even higher. That is one way of using the UAV. But since you are combining these two modes, I think you are thinking more of a much more close-spaced exploration, right? Which means you're going to require a lot more precision in your flying. You'll have to put down the robot at a very specific place, and your ground motion, your hexapod or your quadrupod, will have to navigate quite rough terrains. So have you thought of ruggedizing? Is this just a sort of beginning prototype? What are your ideas about making this functional in a rough field robotics kind of environment? Please comment on that.
Sir, adding much weight to a normal drone increases the complexity in the stability, sir. So we felt too hard while combining those two, sir. The legs were to be very precisely moved in a symmetrical way so that the mass distributes in every direction, so that the drone flight will be more stable. So as of now, it was developed like a prototype. In future, we would like to add on like the detachable things, sir.
Second. Okay, so did you try it on different kinds of terrains to see how well you are able to control it while it's walking?
So the program what we were using for walking was pretty difficult for us to figure it out. So we were trying out different symmetrical things like controlling one leg time and controlling parallel legs at time. So we were taking much of time in that code recognition, so it wasn't up to the expectations, sir. So but the drone was so good.
Interesting idea. Do you also have a camera which is feeding the video to the person who is controlling it? I mean, after all, the surveillance person can't go where the drone goes.
Yes, sir. As a
Yes, sir,
prototype, we have included a normal Raspberry Pi camera to get the feed from through the Wi-Fi hotspot. But in future we can incorporate with an FPV camera which can transmit the video from along the transmitter through our pilot station.
And how much load does this, quadruped part of the design add to the flying drone? Because you will have additional servos for those, the leg assemblies, you'll have to anchor this. How much load?
Was actually the hardest part to figure out because we are adding at first in the beginning of the design we have included 3 links per leg. As you can see in the photo that video shown before, we have included only 2 links for a single leg. We have reduced it down to the 2 links because of the drone cannot be able to withstand the or lift so much weight in the quad part.
Okay.
We have also working on the coaxial type of drones because I think quad is much less to lift the weight because we can also go with the coaxial part of drones so that we can provide more thrust so that we can also lift a heavy weight. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay, I think we are out of time.
Okay.
So we'll move on to the next team. Judges, please fill the scoring sheet whenever possible. So the next team is team ID 611, title e-Parking Management. So Avijit.
Yeah, but nice work, quad report team.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The very first image is the picture of a parking where the lots are full. Or if as a user, if I want to park my vehicle and I don't even know where the nearest parking is, so these two situations will force me to park my vehicle on road. And on-road parking is common in this country, which will definitely lead to increase in traffic density, increased mismanagement, and can lead in occurrence of more accidents. So we have come up with an idea of making a web application which basically deals with managing the parking. We have made a web application and we have used Google API for the location and navigation purpose, and the applicant can pre-book the slots via the web application, and this application will lead to reduce in chaotic situations in parking management issue in the country. This is the homepage of our website. The entire website is basically meant for 3 different entities: King, user, and admin. First, we'll show you how to log in for user. He can either click on book now option and can log in and sign up. We have already signed up for a user. This is the dashboard of user. Location path will directly switch to Google API, which will help in navigation purpose. Book slot option will help the user for pre-booking the slots. All right, we have made 2 dummy parking areas, so there are options of parking 1 and parking 2, car number and entry time. All right, and since all the 4 slots are empty right now, so the user has the option to choose any of those. By clicking on book now, the slot is booked and the user can see the status. Right, slot A, price, entry time, and parking demo 1, which is the parking 1 and slot A. This is the King's dashboard. King is basically a person who is the owner of the parking. For example, municipal corporation, who basically manages all the parking in an area or a city. He has the option of managing all the admins in the chain. As you can see here, the dashboard clearly indicates the number of admins and their details. The King has the authority to add or remove any of the admin in the chain. Right, give parking, add parking, and delete parking. He can add or remove any of the admins in the chain. And the dashboard will show the updated status of every single update done by the admin. We are now logging for admin. So this is the dashboard of admin. He can change the price and he will be given the information of the customer. From here he can update the price and Yes, as we have booked the slot A with this number, with this registration number, in time and exit time. We have made parking for a sample 1 hour. So the detail of customer will be shown to the admins, and rest 3 slots are empty. So no customers available over here. So yes, this was all about our website part. So as you can see, we have made 2 different parking arenas, which are our dummy parking, and we are now gonna book slot A in parking 1. Right, the user is currently booking the slot B. Okay, slot B. Slot B in parking 1. The LED is glowing, which basically indicates the booked slot. As you can see in parking 2, 2 cars are currently parked at slot A and slot C. Thus, the LEDs are glowing at that particular slot. Since it is a web application, the user can also use the application in mobile devices. As you can see, this is the home page of our website, and all the functionality can done via mobile also.
Well, what according to you are the biggest problems the country is facing right now? There might be many running in your mind, and I'm damn sure that parking isn't one of them. But do you really think the management system of parking is doing good? The fact is, we do not have a well settled parking management system in this country. Many governmental parking areas and buildings have been constructed, but are we really aware of them? Are the citizens aware of them? I guess no. That's why on road parking is increasing on Indian roads. Thus, we have come up with an idea to solve the problem of maladministration of parking management system.
The idea includes checking the availability of parking slots using sensors and updating the same on global server. Now, a web application is provided where the user can search the nearby parking locations and can check the availability of slots. An in-app Google API is also added which will provide the route to that particular parking area. What makes our idea unique is the facility of pre-booking the slots. The solution is scalable as the module mounted for detection is an individual module for each parking space. Thus, we can use n number of modules in a place as per slots.
Till date, we didn't find any solution for such issues. For us, urban areas are prime target while implementation. Our stakeholders are our investor, government, citizens, and obviously the cities, where we gonna to implement the idea. This system is expected to reduce the chaotic situation in the field of parking management and would like contribute in smart city project. Park on fingertip as we offer. We are team e-parking management, team ID 611. I am Chetan Malviya, the team leader, and my teammates are
Me, Siddharth Khandelwal.
And me, Manas Solanki. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Jury, the team is ready for questions. I request the team to unmute videos and be ready for questions. Jury members?
So this is Kiran here, team. If you look at India, this is good for a parking company that has multiple parking slots throughout the city so that they can manage it. But that is not the ecosystem in India except for municipal parking. So have you thought about where to market this product? That is one question. The second part of my question is the trick is in the back end where you have to manage multiple parking lots, space management, vehicle management, whole lot of stuff at the back. So what you've shown us is only a part of it. So if you can just help me understand both of these.
Visited few of the parking areas in the city, and we got a positive response from few of them, and from those positive responses we came to know that the Nagar Nigam of our city is basically managing these areas. So for further clarification, we went to the Nagar Nigam office of our city. There, after 2-3 days, we successfully, got a chance to meet the person who was actually behind the team, who actually manages this traffic issue, parking one. So we told. Basically, the survey was done before the implementation part. So yes, he was actually impressed by the idea because the city was ultimately converting into a smart city. So he was impressed by the idea, and he was willing to know more about the product as an implemented product. So yes, we got a positive feedback from the Nagar Nigam, basically the government agency who deals with most of the parking areas in a city. So yes, that was a positive side for us. We implemented it, and now after the lockdown, we will surely go and show him the implemented part as well. And as you also said, the private companies who basically have parking slots can also be our customers, but we are yet to find them because in our city there isn't any parking which are basically managed by a private company or so.
That is the issue here. Anyway, but I'm happy you went to the Nagar Nigam to ask those questions. And those of us who have been around here long enough, it's very difficult to do business with government entities, especially at that level. So they may buy it from you, but they may not pay you, or they may take years to do it. So it's just a learning, just to share with you. It's a learning. Unlike, say, in the United States or somewhere where there are private companies who own multiple parking lots, like in New York City, and that's where the validity. The idea is, again, Kavi, I'm just thinking that associating the customer side, which yesterday Erki was saying, right upfront, who the customer is, how they are, I think might help us fine tune these projects. So I'm happy that you thought about this problem, and I commend you for doing it in second year, third year. But life is more difficult than net practice, which any cricketer will tell you.
And yeah, I think, and there's a saying that Gavaskar never performed well at the net practice, but did very well in the matches. So, so anyway, my question is a little related to Kiran sir, if I may, with your permission. I think one is about the market. I mean, how big or how significant is the market really? And I will throw in my 1.5 pence into the thing, and which is not a technology question, which is more a behavioral question. Now, how many people do you think will adapt? I'll give you 2 examples. A very successful example. Those of you who've been in Pune, and Kiran sir has been there. There is a little bridge at the end of the Jangli Maharaj Road. If you watch that bridge carefully, the people are not made to go under a tunnel or into a subway or climb a thing. They are actually, the vehicles go up and down, the people move at the same plane. Similarly, you will see dozens of what you call skywalks and so on, which are barely used. Now, what your solution is actually aiming at is to, I call it an easy versus effort. Parking anywhere on the road is easy. That comes naturally to our human psyche in India. Making an effort to go and park in a designated place is something that comes difficult, and that's why I gave you the Jangli Maharaj Road bridge example, or the Bandra skywalk, and barely any people using those. So I do look at this because ultimately it has got to be usable. It's got to be something which is effective. And so therefore, have you thought of that aspect? Have you thought of the human aspect of this? Will it, even if the real estate questions are solved, even if the governments allow you to do things, will actually, as human beings, we find it convenient to use them? So bottom line, long question short, have you done some kind of, you've gone to some parking areas in the corporation areas and so on. Have you actually done some user surveys? Have you actually got a decent enough sample size of users who are pained with this problem, who have actually told you certain things which you could probably share with us? So that was the point. And lastly, my question is, I think there's a very interesting concept you have used. Do you see any adjacencies or any parallel areas where you can use this? For example, could it be used in warehouse management? Could it be used in logistics companies? This kind of a rationale. So that's a long question, probably two questions or 3 questions combined into one. This is to Chetan and his team.
Can use
as we know that if we install any new system, it requires some time for the user to get acquainted to it. And on top of that, if the government allows us to implement the idea throughout the city, I mean, the usage is meant to done. And I mean, if the product is being implemented, the people can use it. I mean, we have done surveys with citizens as well. Few of them gave positive response again, and few were not even interested in listening what we had. But the positive responses what we have, gave us the positive side. At least, yes, they were interested in knowing how can one book this slot, and what are the things one can do with our web application. So it can work.
In fact, I might add something here. See, this is very dicey that it can work and all that. That's one thing. Number two is that one very difficult way of doing things is going and doing a survey, because surveys will never tell you anything. People lie to you basically. They will lie either because they don't want to hurt you, especially if they're your friends. They will lie because they couldn't be bothered, right? They will tell you some opinion which when it actually is hakikat and they have to pay for it or use it, they'll never use it.
भाई
So
साहब
Google,
MBA मार्केटिंग आधा पैसा रिफंड करना पड़ेगा.
वही तो. So in fact, I've read a very interesting book recently about how surveys never tell you the truths, right? And most people lie. And the only place that you get to hear the truth is in the privacy of your bedroom in a Google chat window. What people put into Google is the truth, and only Google knows what the truth is in the world at the moment right now, because they know from the searches that people do what's really in their mind. So business people have found out that the only way of finding whether there is a market for your product or not is to just put it out there and see how people behave. If they like it, they'll go for it. If they don't like it, they won't use it. So how can you do this in a controlled way, right? I feel that more of a market than governments, because there's lots of corruption and vested interests and this and that. They might pick up your idea, then give it to the uncle's son, who's got his own little business and stuff like that. Is to go for townships, anybody who's professionally managed, or it could be like theater groups. But with COVID, I don't know whether Inoxes of the world and all that are going to survive anymore. But places which have their captive parking spaces which are charged, like at airports, most airports are privately managed, right? They might want to monitor whether their takings is consistent with what they're getting through their systems, right? Or to find out, or in real time tell parkers where the space might be in the complex and stuff like that. So I think those are the places you need to look for rather than governments. Governments are not organized enough to be able to appreciate what you have, at least in India right now. Or do what some startups of ours have done. Some e-Yantra kids have actually done startups, but their first customer has come from places like Southeast Asia or Singapore, right? Where you have a much more fair kind of marketplace, which might be receptive to technology, right? Anyway, that's an idea. Go ahead.
Buildings, because if we see, there are many governmental parking areas which has already been constructed but are not even in use. So we tried to implement and modify something over there so that people start using those buildings, and something can be done with it.
So maybe if you gave it to them free of cost, then they might not mind installing it, and you can make your money some other way maybe out of that.
Ramesh brought out a very important point of the behavior. And
Yes.
so, I think important thing for you guys to understand is that sometimes technology is not the solution, but the solution lies somewhere else. You can build the technology, and if you recall, Ramesh also sort of pointed to space management. There could be other applications. He pointed to warehouses and all that, which are kind of a solved problem. But I think it's a good idea to get a process of thinking where saying, here is the technology I have, where it can be applied, where it makes business sense. This is very important. ये process अपने दिमाग में होना चाहिए.
Yes, sir. This system can be applicable and modified into various type of solving the problems. Like you say about the warehouse, this can be solved the warehouse problems where the luggage is carried. Yes, it is applicable for different types of problems.
Oh, okay, I had a sorry, Kiranji.
No, I was just saying that we may or may not have time. This is an interesting idea. We can probably
Yeah,
brainstorm for the day, but
yeah,
please, Partosh, go ahead.
yeah. So this is a sort of nice application for Internet of Things kind of domain. Huh? Uh, the question is, who does it help? Does it help municipal corporation who is selling the parking, or does it help the customer who is using it? And why would they use it? For example, there are 10,000 parking lots in Mumbai. How would I choose which parking lot to go to? I mean, you didn't show any of the technologies, how you are scheduling and what you are showing to the users. So, while the broad idea that some help for parking may be provided, and which will help self parking as well as more conveniently find parking is taken, I think tell us little more about the functionality of your system, how it assists the user.
Sir, in the future,
Who
the
chooses the
parking
parking? You are going right down to the slot within the parking lot, right, which is allocated.
no, this can be manner in the both condition. Like the user can also book the parking slot, or we can provide the individual parking slot which is empty at the current time. That can be both possible.
So how do you show which are the parking lots available?
By the Google Map.
On the Google Map, there is some indication this is where places are available.
Yes, there are pop-up link where we are gonna to put in the Google Map
Okay,
location
I
there.
didn't see that in your demo. Okay, and then the user chooses.
Yes, sir. Suppose I am here at certain location at my house. I want to park my vehicle at certain location. I have some parking around my location, something like one or two.
Mhm.
It's parking one. I think matlab just pointing on the map and the link pop on the our web application there. I just show the parking slots. Such parking slots are empty or booked. That all condition are showing on the application. Activate.
And what happens if somebody books and doesn't clear out in time?
A certain algorithm we write on that condition. There on current time the slots are particularly empty and the current notification as well as sent to the user and also the admin they are sitting on the parking.
Okay.
Hey, by the way, Paritosh,
Huh.
there's a very good point which has come up in the chat. I must thank Weber for that. He said, is it like the COVID-19 bed system?
See, this kind of allocation is a fairly standard problem. No, I mean, wherever there are resources to be allocated, maybe geographically integrated. So, yeah, many similar things. My question was more about technologies. How do you, what are the kind of links you expect between each parking slot and your centralized system which is allocating and showing the vacancies? What is the kind of load you expect to get? I mean, give us something more technical.
Sir, I see we're running out of time. We should move to the next one.
Okay, fine. So we'll based on what you presented, we'll.
Yeah, the
So
team
my
can
guess,
put the answers in the chat.
Yeah, why
If
don't you do that? I'll read on the chat. Okay.
yes.
okay, but I must appreciate this also. Paritosh, what's been happening is that the interns and the students and others who are listening on the either the live stream video or the WebEx thing here are appreciating the kind of aspects that are revealed in
Right.
the Sawal Jawab which happens here, question and answer that happens here,
Yeah. Yeah.
which they might not have thought of before. And I think lots of interesting issues have come up here. I
Right.
noticed Kriti also here.
Yeah,
Kriti,
I
any
have one.
questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Can
Yeah.
you hear me?
Yes.
One, there are two questions actually, but both similar. One is what is the most interesting design problem that they faced
Right.
when they had to design the system? What's the problem, the record that they had? They were worried about for a long time. That's all. Second, what is the most difficult implementation problem that they solved in the process of designing the solution for this?
Interesting. So design problem and implementation problem.
Right.
Team, do you have any answers to that?
If they didn't face it, then they didn't choose the most interesting solution for it.
Yeah, Siddharth, do you want to answer that?
Yes, sir. So at the uh, uh, some websites, Book My Show and all, and such kind of websites, who basically provides you the algorithm of how the seats are arranged, and what are the, and how many of them are already booked. But later, when we implemented our idea and we connected the hardware to the software part, the showing the proper algorithm of the slots was not possible for us. We decided to give the number of slots to the user, that like how many number of slots are empty on a particular parking area, so that the user can choose any of those. So yeah, it was a kind of design issue which we thought of at the initial stage, but then we changed it. And secondly, about and second question was about, I'm sorry.
Implementation issue that you had, that you were thrown by.
Yes, sir. Sorry. One individual module for each slot, like it includes ultrasonic sensor, Wi-Fi module. The module will basically update the status of availability of slot to the portal, and a single slot can be implemented for a single module can be implemented for a single slot. Thus, n number of module can be used as per the requirement of parking slots. So that's how we implemented our idea.
This is Kiran here. I know we are running short on time, but here is something for you to think. There is no reason why parking on the road cannot be allocated in this manner. Now, that will be a big opportunity, but it also requires you to interact with the government in a big way to do that. So, this is a very potential problem. It may also require some regulatory mechanisms in the country to come through for something like this to work. So it doesn't have to be only parking lot. It can be parking on the road itself. I want to book a slot number 369 on SB Road because I'm going to go there for shopping and I want to be within 100 meters of where I go. Now that is the problem. And when you look at it, problem becomes bigger, easier to, it has money, but you have to move a lot of big things over here. Kavi, reason I brought this up is some problems, the technical solution may be very simple, but the business may be very different. And which is what to begin with pointed out. So I think let's park here, let's move on with something interesting to go with,
Yeah, pun unintended.
Yeah.
Let's park here, you said. In fact, we'll go and park this in Uddhav Thackeray's place. I think that's the next stop for this idea, at least in Maharashtra. Thanks, Kriti, for bringing it up. And thank you, Kiran.
Also, Ministry of Urban Planning, Government of India.
Absolutely. That's what we'll do next. Thank you, guys. Nice work. Over to you, Lohit.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, team 611 and jury members. So we'll move on to the next project. ID is 813, title e-learning AR application. Avijit.
Our project basically is aimed at the people in the rural area for enhancing their educational experience. In rural areas, the students, they are deprived of apparatuses and practical experience due to lack of funding or even infrastructure, and it's very unfair of them to be left out of such a wonderful experiential learning experience. So as you can see over here in our chart, the traditional approach is a textbook approach where you have to refer to a textbook, read the theory and just write on the exams, where you won't get much out of it. We did a research in private schools as well as in government schools. So the students in private schools were privileged enough to be able to go to labs, perform experiments hands-on, have a look at the apparatuses, have a look at the specimens, etc. However, that was not the case in rural areas. They just didn't have the infrastructure and the capacity to do so. So the traditional approach is very boring. The students don't get much out of it, and to think of it, the people in the rural areas, they can't do much about it as well. and they have to stick to the traditional area. So this is where our product comes into the picture. In a lab lecture, students are more engaged. They're happy because they're getting visual experience of the thing. So we are trying to replicate the same
Lohit,
visual experience using our augmented reality
Webex
application.
is saying
Our
cannot view
application is
media
targeted.
file. Presenter is sharing content which is not supported. Hi, Lohit.
Yes, sir.
My viewer is saying cannot view media file. Presenter is sharing content. Are you guys able to see?
We are
Yes,
able
sir, we are
to.
able to see it.
You'll have to log off and log in again.
Yeah, okay. I'll do that.
Can we redo it again? Because I also had little problem. I'm okay now.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay.
So I'll restart the video again.
Let's wait for Paritosh to join again. Then.
Yeah, so I'll restart in maybe 30-45 seconds.
This was the team that we saw in the regional finals at Ahmedabad, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Fine now. Thank you.
Do you see it now, Paritosh?
Yes, yes. Please go on.
Okay, fine. We can go on.
Our project basically is aimed at the people in the rural area for enhancing their educational experience. In rural areas, the students they are deprived of apparatuses and practical experience due to lack of funding or even infrastructure, and it's very unfair of them to be left out of such a wonderful experiential learning experience. So, as you can see over here in our chart, the traditional approach is a textbook approach where you have to refer to a textbook, read the theory, and just write on the exams where you won't get much out of it. We did a research in private schools as well as in government schools. So, the students in private schools were privileged enough to be able to go to labs, perform experiments hands on, have a look at the apparatuses, have a look at the specimens, etc. However, that was not the case in rural areas. They just didn't have the infrastructure and the capacity to do so. So, the traditional approach is very boring. The students don't get much out of it. And to think of it, the people in the rural areas, they can't do much about it as well. And they have to stick to the traditional area. So this is where our product comes into the picture. In a lab lecture, students are more engaged. They're happy because they're getting visual experience of the thing. So we are trying to replicate the same visual experience using our augmented reality application. Our application is targeting the following goals, and this is the key unique selling points. One is the SDG, the Sustainability Developmental Goals by the United Nations. We are going on quality education. We believe that there should be equality in terms of the quality of education, and there shouldn't be any disparity due to the economical situation of a place or the people involved in it. The next one is that it does not require any internet connection whatsoever. We are trying to cut in as many dependencies as we can. The next one is no infrastructure required. Our application does not have a proper user interface per se. What we are trying to do is make a point and shoot application where all you have to do is put the picture, the target image in the frame of the camera you're using, and it will pop up the augmented reality photo or the 3D object. You can zoom in and zoom out and even rotate the objects. The next one is it's easily distributable. Now what we're trying to do is that we are trying to bundle it with the textbooks with the publications. So we can distribute it either via Play Store or we can distribute it via a QR code. And we are trying to keep it as easy as possible, and we don't want any middlemen to be engaged or involved in this. We want it to be directly distributed to the students involved. The next one is it's very cost effective. Now to think of it, laboratories cost lakhs and lakhs of rupees to be implemented, or even the infrastructure to be built in the first place to have a laboratory in place, including the safety regulations whatsoever. We are cutting all that cost. We'll be able to save 95 to 96% of the cost which is involved in a laboratory by using our augmented reality application. The next one is that less resource dependent. Now again, I'll try to bring back home the point that our application does not require anything else apart from the application itself. An Android phone is supported, and a textbook which contains the target images which we have involved put in as our inputs. The next one is easy to use. Since it does not have any user interface whatsoever, it's very easy to use. All you have to do is point and shoot. So that's the whole unique selling points. Our project has 4 main modules. One is the target image. The textbook will contain a few images that will serve as a target image for the augmented reality application. The next one is the textbook itself, the one which contains the augmented reality application target images. The next is the 3D models. Now we're using Unity 3D to put in the 3D models for the augmented reality application itself. And the one is the camera, the mobile camera which we're using. So that's it about the project. I'll move ahead and show you the demonstration. As you can see, this is a standard issue biology textbook for ICSE background. So for this demonstration, I'll show you this is the target image which we have chosen for our project itself. Now this you can see is our application whatsoever. Now when you scan the object, you can see that this is the lymphatic system over here. Now apart from the normal 2D representation, you can see over here, this is represented in 3 dimensions. You can see the structures are 3D in nature, and you can see the multiple structures present inside the actual lymphatic system, which are more crystal clear compared to what you can see in a 2D representation over here, because they have the same color code and they're in the same dimensions. You can see over here, this is the structure of the brain. Now in 2-dimensional, it looks like a very irregular elliptical structure, but it's a very complex 3-dimensional structure in reality. 3-dimensional learning has an added advantage that you can learn it a 3D structure in the most accurate way possible. This is the partial structure of the human body. Over here, we've tried to show what an actual human body looks like. You can see over here, this is the structure of the brain, the head. You can see there's lungs, intestines, etc. It looked more appealing and more interesting in an augmented reality version than in a 2-dimensional structure. So you can see over here, this is the tetrahedron structure of methane. We have color coded the structure itself. So we are portraying it the way it is supposed to be seen if atoms and molecules were visible at all. So in here you can see that these structures are circular in shape, but actually they are tetrahedral in structure. Now we have also added an element of video in augmented reality, which is a very unique thing, because normally augmented reality as a subject or a topic, people think of it as just static 3D objects in an environment near you, which is not the case. So in physics, we have shown this video which can be done in augmented reality. It's similar to the ones which we see in Harry Potter. So this is the target image once again. We are trying to show you the alpha particle scattering experiment. So you can see over here, this is a video which is being played in augmented reality. So people think that augmented reality is limited to just subjects in an environment around us, which is not the case. We can also incorporate videos in it. This concept is very similar to what we have seen in a science fiction movie such as Harry Potter, etc., where they have interactive newspapers. So this is actually possible and which can be done in reality as well. Like this is one of the small tiny applications of augmented reality.
The problem we are trying to solve is the substandard quality of education in India, especially in the rural areas. In our country, we have experienced the same education system for the past 50 to 60 years. Our country has made technological advancements, but they are not being implemented that much in the education system. The students in the rural areas are suffering the most due to the lack of amenities and the economic support from the local government and from the parents themselves. Our project is here to bridge that gap of education, especially between the rural and the metropolitan areas.
So here's the solution. We have built an application using augmented reality which will convert your regular textbooks into a smart object, where you just have to pull out your phone, place it in front of your textbooks, and there you have a well-structured 3D object. Basically, our application will give a lab-like experience without any infrastructure or any additional cost. So talking about our idea is yet not implemented in the K-12 section, whereas there are existing systems which uses similar concept but have expensive inputs or other certain conditions to be met before we can implement them. Having said that, we have tested our application in different scenarios and in extreme conditions where there was no electricity, no internet connection, no infrastructure, no high-end devices, which overall makes our product unique and scalable.
Speaking about the potential market, teachers, app developers, publishers, and graphic designers are our major stakeholders, with students being our primary beneficiaries. Our application is comparatively distinct and new to the market with a huge potential considering its applications. We're planning to engage with book publishers for business collaborations. We are mainly targeting students of K to 12 schools in both rural and urban areas.
I'm Shaurya Gulati and I'm the leader.
I'm Faisal Sheikh and I'm the developer.
I'm Anushri Shetty, the strategist.
The name of our product is Learn within capital AR. The tagline is Bring your lab anywhere. You should buy our product because it is affordable, portable, does not require any internet, and adds a different dimension for your academic experience.
Jury members, the team is ready. I request the team members to unmute their videos and be ready for questions.
Okay, so I have two quick questions. Paritosh here. Can I go? Hello?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, so one thing is, so take something like the biology book that you were showing.
Okay.
If you have to cover content for that, firstly, how many will that require? Your USPs, there are dozens of companies selling AR content for educational textbooks for many things. Your unique thing is you say you will go rural and will not require connectivity. So have you sized up the amount of content that you require and how you're going to load it on a mobile phone? Second question is, what about content generation, the cost of content? So, now that this idea of AR in education is old one, interesting one, let us size up the economics of it.
All right.
You have this huge question of generating content for textbook level material. How much effort is required to generate, Okay, answer both of these.
Yes, sir. So as far the first question goes regarding the sizing of the application itself, I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Yeah. So the first thing is about the memory. Initially, we in the first iteration of our prototype, we went for high poly 3D objects. So that was a mistake which we made. And just in like 6 or 7 3D objects, our application size was around 120 to 130 megabytes, which is quite a huge size when it comes to supporting high-end, low-end phones. So what we did was we switched to low poly 3D objects. Now, what the advantage of a low poly 3D object is that it does not contain, it just contains a mesh. And we don't need, to activate the physics of an object when we are dealing with augmented reality, which is just for viewing experiments and everything, unless we are talking about interactive augmented reality. So we used low poly and we were able to slash the size of the object of the APK by 75%. And since we are also incorporating videos, we can shorten the size even more by keeping a hybrid application of videos as well as 3D objects. As far as the second thing is concerned, I know that augmented reality has been like an emerging technology, but it was, and there are companies which are starting with the augmented reality, joining the bandwagon. However, what we are differentiating ourselves is that we are going to use this synergy of supply chain of the publishers themselves. The other business competitors, what they're doing is they're hosting their application on Play Store and app stores and asking the users to download it at a premium. What we are doing is our business model is based on the fact that we will be working on a contractual basis with the publishers themselves, and we'll be working on a per edition contract. Like let's say we have Selena Publication, which is one of the more popular ones in ICSC, ISC. So every year there's a new iteration of, let's say, a biology textbook, as we were taking the same example. So let's say that it takes 60 rupees to print a book. So we are going to charge Selena Publication a per book cost for integrating our application with them. Like let's say 2 to 3 rupees per book. And I did a survey online as well. Like on an average, there are approximately 5 to 10 million books which are published per publication. And the students, amount of students enrolled in India from grade 1 to 12 is around 239 million. So we are targeting the publications. We will be using their synergy, supply chain synergy. We won't have to deal with the supply chain part of it. And we are charging them on a per book basis. So it is fair and it won't increase the cost of the publishers drastically as well.
So you spoken to any publisher? Are they, you think, geared to generate all these AR, AR content for their books? I mean, it's an interesting idea. I don't deny that.
Yes, sir. So instead of going for publishers right now, I was approached by Mumbai Angels, the angel investor network, and one of their associates, he brainstormed the business model itself with me. He said that we will be scheduling a call with Selena and a few publications. So we are going ahead with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
This is Kiran here. Have you seen Baiju by any chance, you guys?
Yes, sir.
And so Baiju is wonderful videos, right? On the same content.
Yes, sir.
So you could be augmented reality Baiju for, if for anything else, that could be your value proposition.
So I think we are very different from Byju's because what Byju's does is they cater their own content to the students, right? What we are doing is we are providing a supplementary, academic experience. We are not adding, for example, Byju's has recently started delving in competitive exams like GRE, GMAT, JEE.
Well, let's take K-12. Let's stay to
Yeah,
K-12.
K-12. All right. So K-12, what Byju's is doing, they are catering their own videos. They are directing and editing and all. Now, what advantage we have is that you must have seen that earlier in the year we used to get a few CDs with the textbooks like biology textbook or chemistry textbook. They tried their best to animate and do everything, right? So that means that the companies, the publishing houses, have their own video production capabilities. So what we can do is we can integrate their video production content and include it in our application. That way, the load won't be completely on us for putting on board our content on for the users.
Are you familiar with Imbibe?
No, sir. Can you please tell me about it?
Imbibe is a Reliance initiative to get the content in a form that the students can absorb. Right? So Baiju is done. The reason I'm saying I just want to pick up Paritosh's basic point is that creating that content, and I would not having thought through beyond the 5 minutes or 20 minutes 10 minutes that you spoke is a very non-trivial problem. The impact would be very positive, but it's a non-trivial problem to create content. Even if you take NCERT books, and try to create augmented reality for that. It's a non-trivial task. It requires teachers. It also requires making sure that the concept is correct, right? Because students are going to use that to form their own understanding of that concept. वहाँ गलती हुई तो सब गलत हो जाएगा, right? So augmented reality may be only 5% of the problem, but I'm glad that you're connected to Mumbai Angels and something forward. But think of content is very, very important. On a lighter note, you think reading books is boring?
Yes, sir. When I was in school, yes. When I was in school, yes, it was very boring for me.
So let me give you my perspective. Huh?
Yes, sir.
I have written down I wrote down 5 things which always challenged me. One was Maxwell's equation. Second was Einstein's general theory of relativity. Third is, my God, Bernoulli. And anything which was 4th dimension non-linear, I found it difficult. But it was not boring. It was frustrating that I didn't understand it, but it was challenging to read the book, talk to people and get an answer. So my question to you is really boring or frustrating?
Sir, I think it depends on what's your definition of boring and my definition of boring. So for me,
समझ में नहीं आया तो boring हो जाता है क्या?
Yes. Yes, sir. What I think is that once you struggle with the concepts and do it everything, and you are like, छोड़ यार मैं किसी दोस्त से पूछ लूंगा बाद में, and you lose interest in that topic. And like I'm an avid reader. Like I like reading fiction and other books as well. Like this pandemic itself, during the lockdown, I've read like 3-4 books. Like as a grown-up, I appreciate reading now than what I did as a student. So I'm thinking from a student's perspective, especially from a student in a rural area. Like there are many students, in fact, there are many families, they don't encourage education. Like the teachers and the panchayats, they have to fight it out from the parents to allow the kids to go to school. So I was thinking that, just to
By
gamify
the
the
way, just
process.
to share with you, I'm actually Vaishnav Higher Secondary 11th.
Okay.
All right. So अगर समझ में नहीं आता तो मुझे लगता था यार थप्पड़ खाना चाहिए मुझे अपने आप क्यों नहीं समझ में आ रहा है but anyway I think on a serious note I think this is an idea that but be aware of what Paritosh said, the content is a non-trivial problem.
So may I add to that content thing?
I have a question.
Sure, sir.
Can I
Yeah,
ask,
this is Advait.
which is a build-up question to what Kiran ji is saying? I think was started with the earlier.
Yeah, Advait, we'll do Romesh and then we'll come to you.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, did I interrupt somebody? No, I don't.
No, go on.
Okay, now I think Shaurya, first of all, compliments for a very, very articulate and lucid presentation to you and your colleagues. I think a few questions which I had and I was writing down while I was listening to you have been answered already. For example, how do you create gradually that library of knowledge, etc.? I think you spoke already of tying up with publishers, angel investors, and so on and so forth. I think the one question that is a build-up, or that's my interpretation of what I think Kiran sir is been alluding to is interpretation. I think somewhere the uniqueness in the whole context could come in terms of there is knowledge, there are pictures, there are 2Ds, you convert them into meshes or complicated shapes and create things. Now, I think from an appreciation point of view, from an understanding and what you call wow point of view for a student, how does he interpret it? I think that area is still a little vacant to me. I mean, as far as I see it, because I think there is still I think a little void in terms of how do you actually finally interpret it? Because that's where the thrill or the wow will come for the that's where the wow will come for that Bernoulli's thing or Maxwell's and so on. If you are able to create that interpretation, have you thought of that dimension?
Yes,
how
sir.
do you then, sorry?
Yes, sir. This is the very first prototype which we have in mind. And I'll be very honest with all of you. The augmented reality development which we have done, it is at a very rudimental level. AR from 2017, the day I started learning about augmented reality till 2020, the whole landscape has changed drastically. Now, you can actually play augmented reality games just like using the same technology I'm using for education. And those are highly sophisticated and interactive games, which I'm talking about. And they take up less space than what we've managed to do, like a team of 3. And compared to the efforts of a team of 3 versus a team of, let's say, 10 people who are Unity 3D certified designers and developers. So what we have done is we've made and used static 3D objects now, and in terms of actually interpreting or bringing to the wow factor, augmented reality, sir, I would like to share a few YouTube links with you later on. I'll share it in the link. You can just check how crazy and how progressive the industry has become, and people are picking up on this technology. It was slept upon a few years before. Now it is.
Sorry, I may interrupt you. I think
yes, sir.
The corporate world has been using augmented reality at least for the last 5-6 years in their
Yes,
training centers, getting workers to become kind of dexterous or whatever you may call it in terms of certain skills which are limited. Training painters very quickly because painting skill, training welders very quickly because welding is a very difficult skill. So it's been on place largely through proprietary offerings of various companies. I think the key is actually when you do a huge mass of body of knowledge of books for a variety of subjects. I think to me, I don't know unless I'm missing something. The interpretation or the appreciation by the end user that oh yeah, this is absolutely different and unique. So I never thought about it like this, and this is the way to see it. I think is what I was meaning. So lastly, I had a question related to this. What challenges do you see not today, what challenges do you see happening over the next 3 to 5 years for you, or 2 to 3? 3 may be very long in terms of a time frame in your kind of world, not our kind of world. Our kind of world, even 30 years.
Okay.
In your kind of this thing, what challenges do you see in the next couple of years for you?
So the first thing I will say is that a saturated market. In 3 years, because of the pandemic, people are forced into digital education, and companies and even publications will try to implement and integrate a new dimension of learning. And instead of just looking at the screens and doing a Zoom call over lectures or watching things on YouTube, an AR application is going to be like a breath of fresh air, because not many people have experienced it. And I can tell you from personal experience, I had pitched this idea, same idea, in a minute to pitch it competition at IIT Bombay itself, and we were amongst the finalists. And there were like 10 to 12 investors. Not out of them, only 2 people had actually seen what augmented reality looks like in person, and rest of them, they were actually blown away when they saw it in person. So maybe in video it doesn't look that impressive. So when you see it for the first time, you see that, okay, this is something else. This is not your conventional media which you're doing, because you're interacting with a mixed reality environment. So that one thing is a saturated market itself. Like there will be like, let's say even Byju's can come up with augmented reality things now, and other competitors like Jaro Education. The second thing I see is that as the things become more digital, expectations will increase a lot. And since we like 3 years down the line, let's say we convert this into a startup, we will need to stay updated. Like any IT company, we need to keep ourselves updated, and so because of that, the costs are going to increase for us, because trainings and other things. So costs and market saturation, these are 2 main areas where I think there will be a problem.
I think Advait had a question. Romesh, I hope it's answered your question.
Yeah. Thanks.
We'll keep this the last question, Mr. Advait. Last question.
Sure. Yeah. So one question I think Romesh asked in terms of next challenges that you face next 2 to 3 years. My question was slightly different. Where do you see limitations going forward? Because you said you want to tie up with publishers. Will that come in the way of scaling up?
Sir, I think that collaborating with publishers is actually a smarter route than going to the Play Store and then shelling out on marketing, because publishers, they already deal with the faculties and the admin department of multiple schools, and they get prescribed syllabuses, and let's say we go with NCRT or Selena publications, so they already have a pipeline of clients ready. So there's no limitation to it, and as you know, the population in our country is already it's expanding by the day. So there won't be any reduction in the number of students. It may increase. It may increase by the year. It will never decrease. So I don't think this is a very limited market. It's actually a very growing market, and I think it has a lot of potential to it. So I would love to know your thoughts on the same.
Right? Yeah, Advait, are you
Hello?
done? Yeah. Has it answered your question? Okay, I'd like to just add something here. When I first came to IIT, my colleague, Professor Phatak, had a project from the Air Force, the Indian Air Force, where he was making audio visuals to help engineering staff service various parts of the airframe and the engine and stuff like that. I see a lot of scope for this in visualization manuals. Most appliances nowadays come with manuals. Typically, a well-designed appliance does not need a manual. You just go and use it, like most Apple things and all that. But many a time they come with manuals. Even in automobile repair, in any interesting artifact repair or something like that, it would be very useful to just point your mobile phone at it, take a picture, and you can have a machine learning algorithm which recognizes which part of that artifact it is, and plays you a video as to how to open up that part or do things with it. So I feel that there's a lot of mundane stuff which is difficult, which could be made more accessible using this kind of technology. But the thing is to get there. And more than publishers, I feel this bringing manuals alive, because there are manuals for everything nowadays, might be a possibility that
But
one
you are
could look at.
changing the problem.
Yes, why not? But the technology is the same.
Well, yeah, technology is pretty broad based. I had a one line question with one line answer. I know I asked a lot.
Yes.
Suppose 10% of the students in Bombay were to use your concept, would it fly on top of 2.5G, 3G, 4G, or 5G to get a sort of minimum passable experience?
So as I think in my demo, I made it very clear that using the application itself will not require any internet. So it is completely
You
offline.
download it.
Only, yeah, you have to just download it. And as far as like, I know this can be a potential question coming up next, that if you're targeting rural areas, where would they download it from? So I have the stats from one of the cyber media reports. They said that 84 million people of 84 million people, or the 35% of 4G users in India, they are from rural areas. And Airtel and Nokia are planning to connect 40,000 more villages. And Nokia is also pushing 5G in India. So in terms of connectivity, by 2022, I don't think there will be a lot of issues for downloading the application itself.
So 4G.
In fact, Paritosh, I'll just add here, a few years ago, a friend in Panasonic reflected to me, that they were pushing their large format flat TVs and all that. And the biggest market was that in the rural areas. Nobody was buying large TVs in the cities. They were buying small TVs. The rural market was big TVs. So it's very counterintuitive.
See, MTNL Dolphin very converted to 3G very recently. They were working on Edge.
Oh dear.
In Bombay.
Okay, we have Kriti online. Kriti, you wanted to ask a question before we move on?
Yeah, I just want to ask them if they've done a survey in the rural areas with respect to the content requirement in terms of augmented reality and so forth. When there's power problems that they gather, you can't depend on the availability of power all the time. I mean, that's why 3G, 4G, 5G, 10G, so it's going to happen every year. There's a new G. So what's the real issue here? Have you looked at this carefully to see whether there's any practical other problem that comes up that will come up before you get to the augmented reality versus something else?
Shaurya, would you like to answer that?
Yeah, yes, sir. So that's a very good question. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Now, in terms of connectivity, as we said, that there'll not be any like there are things which are changing. Now, what our application is doing, that we are targeting the lowest end of mobile devices. Like the lowest end mobile device will, let's say, run Android KitKat at the moment. So we have made sure that the mobile phones which have the lowest specs, like 500 MB of RAM and Android KitKat and like just a VGA camera, these type of phones will also support it. Now, the problem can arise is not from the compatibility of the phone, but from the phone itself. As a phone ages, its performance decreases. So that is one problem which is not in our hands in terms of the compatibility. Like after a certain point of time. So people may have to upgrade to a device in order to enjoy the applications to its full extent.
Okay, I'll stop there. This is a big question. When you want to talk.
Okay. Yeah, so you need to think about it.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Kriti. That's a bonus question that you got, Shaurya, and I'm delighted that Professor Ramanathan has continued watching what's been going on here. So without much ado, we'll move on. But, it's interesting. It appears that we are asking project questions, but I think what's coming out in the conversations is more about the state of the country and the state of the technology and how technology really penetrates markets. So it's a very illuminating conversation for all of us, I'm sure. So thank you, guys. Good work, and we should move on. Over to you, Lohit.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, team and jury members. We'll just move on to the next team. The next project ID is 406, titled eYIC, which stands for AI and IoT enabled home automation for disabled and elderly. Avijit?
Yeah, actually, you need to close the poll for me to move on.
Yes, the poll is almost done. Yes, done. Go on.
Our project is AID, AI and IoT enabled home automation for the disabled and elderly. There are a lot of home automation systems currently in the market. However, they don't focus on the needs of the people who require special care. So our project is basically focusing on system that is disabled friendly, because the normal ones, they just give you device control. They don't let you keep track of what and how the devices are being used. So that is what we aim to do with our product. Currently, there are some systems like Google Home and Alexa which give device control to the user, and they are given by voice commands. However, the issue with voice commands is that people who are dumb cannot give voice commands. Also, the elderly don't speak too loud, so there is accuracy issues, and there are some other issues. So our system is gesture based, which gives much more accuracy. There's also an existing system which monitors the health and the activities of the people. So we have also integrated that along with the device control for our user. Our system consists of different modules. One is the glove. The glove is what gives the user control over the devices. So whenever the person does a gesture, that gesture is mapped to a device and the device is switched on or off accordingly. Then there is an activity recognition part, which is for detecting falls and for the activity that they're performing. Now, activities can be standing, sitting, lying down, or walking. Then there is the cloud database, which stores all the data from the households, and there is the mobile app front end, which will show the devices, their current statuses, and also the logs of the devices that when they were switched on. So as a caretaker, you can see that this is the time they switched off the bedroom light. Maybe that is when they went to sleep. They switched it on at that time, they woke up. Firstly, the caretaker will register themselves. There's a minimum requirement for the password. It should have special characters and digits. Once the user is registered, they need to fill in the details of the patient. Person include their name, age, phone number, and whether the person is disabled or elderly. Once they are logged in, they have to register the devices of the house. As you can see, the device is added. She's adding more devices now. There's a selection option for fan, bulb, and window. Windows will be controlled by motors. So as you can see, the 3 devices that are registered are shown here. Currently, all of them are off, so the status is off. The second light is switched on. As you can see, the gesture for the second light is as what he's done. And the log for the device is also created at the same time. Room bulb was switched on 27th February at 13:31. That is the time, current time. Gestures were mapped as shown in the application. So he's doing the gesture for switching the first light on. As you can see, the light is switched on. The second light is also switched on as per the gesture shown. Also, at the same time, in the app, the status as shown, which was shown as off before, will now be shown as on. As you can see, the logs of the devices as they were switched on and off are shown into the application, along with the date and the timestamp at which they were switched on or off.
We have also implemented an AI module for activity recognition and fall detection, which uses Keras library. It takes the accelerometer data from the Raspberry Pi into the PC, and there's an LSTM module which trains that data to classify the activity. For example, walking, sitting, running, and jogging. This is the LSTM model for the same. We are using LSTM model because it takes into consideration the pattern, that is the order in which the activities were performed. And we got an accuracy of around 95% on training the data on using LSTM model. A similar model is there for fall detection, which classifies the activity as fall or not fall. That is for 0 as not fall and 1 for fall. So This is the model for the same.
Problem statement. Among the various problems faced by the people of India, one is the lack of disabled-friendly facilities. For example, a disabled or an elderly might find it very difficult to mobilize from one place to another in order to turn the lights or fans or any other electrical appliances on and off. Also, we have to track their behavior and their unusual activity. For example, if a disabled or an elderly falls down, their relatives or caretakers must be informed about the same so that they can take the required measures. We devise a system which makes it disabled and the elderly to navigate inside their own homes, and they don't have to be 24/7 dependent on a caretaker. IoT helps us to use wearable sensors which generate and transmit the data, and AI uses this data to create adaptive systems which can track the activity of the patient while not intruding in their day-to-day lives.
Our system divided into 4 modules: the AI, the IoT, the database, and the mobile application. So now let's focus on how the data flows within our system. Basically, the USP of our system, that is the gesture control glove, it has an accelerometer and 4 flex sensors on it. The flex sensors are used to detect the gestures when the user is wearing the glove, and those gestures are then interpreted and the respective electrical device is controlled, that is the light or the fan. The accelerometer collects the readings of acceleration along the XYZ axis, and all of this data is then sent to a central hub where the AI agent processes the XYZ axis data, and it detects the current activity that is being performed by the user, or if a fall has taken place. And if a fall has indeed taken place, a notification is sent to the user on the mobile application. Now, at the same time, the device logs are updated on the mobile application, so the user can then view which devices were operated when. Now, coming to why our system is different from our competition, basically there exist many systems in the market for home automation, like Google Home or Alexa, and also for detecting human activities such as Care Predict. What we have done is we have taken these two systems and combined into one single system and added extra additional functionality to it.
So hence some changes we have incorporated in our system are the we have gesture-based as well as voice control systems. Our system is assisted with an application which is used to send alert messages to the caretakers, and our system merges the home automation feature and the human activity recognition system into one single system. For our system, we are targeting the people with disability and elderly people. Along with them, their family members, caretakers, and doctors can use the system.
Our team consists of Navjot Singh, or Cerebro, the ideas man who has handled the hardware parts of the system, Srishti Satdev, the Visage, who designed our front end, that is the mobile application, Anushka Tiwari, the cognitive mind who trained our AI model, and myself, Nitish Sagar, the orchestrator who carried out the integration of the different parts. So why self-save? It is a user-friendly, automated service for the concerned demographic. And who doesn't want to make the lives of their elderly easy? They've told us stories about Ramayana and Mahabharata. Now let's make sure we help them watch those comfortably from their own bed. So here we present our product, Selfie, a blend of smartness and safety. Your well-being in your own hands.
Okay, Jury, the team is ready for questions. I request the team to unmute their videos and be ready for the questions. Jury, please.
Yeah, Advait here. Can you hear me?
Can hear your team, please acknowledge.
Yeah. Anybody from the team is going to answer the question? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So my first feeling after going through the videos were, are you trying to pack in too many things for what your original intent is? Too many functionalities? Are you trying to do too many things at the same point in time? Is what my question is.
We can't hear. Maybe she's trying to do too many things at one time. That's why we can't hear her. Anushka, will you unmute your video so we can read your lips at least?
Yes.
Sir, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, sir, the quality of the internet.
Yeah, go on, Navjot.
क्या भाई अनुष्का इतना अच्छा प्रोजेक्ट बनाया और वेबएक्स ड्राइव करने को नहीं आता है?
No, sir, I know how to use it. It's just that the quality of my internet is not good. So,
No, I just. ठीक है, go on.
So, sir, I'll continue. So what we have planned is we are taking two different systems. One is the home automation system, and another is the AI system. So what our plan is, what our product is, basically we have separated the two systems as well as combined them at the same time. So if a person wants to use IoT for operating their electrical devices, they can attach the IoT part with the AI module. And if he doesn't want to use the IoT part, he can simply use the AI module for activity recognition and fault detection.
Yeah, judges.
Other jury members, any other questions?
Okay, I'll ask one. Paritosh here. Two things. One is comment on how comfortable elderly are in wearing all this, being wired up so much, glove and IMU unit which detects, their posture and acceleration and stuff. So that's one. What do you think will be the appropriateness and sellability of this idea of wiring up the elderly? Second question I have is that you think elderly, either walk or they sit or they fall, and they only turn on lights, and this, life is more complicated than that. In the field many more things happen. So are you structuring this application only to a few closed world, simple world kind of experience?
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, I can
Yeah.
hear you.
For the as per the comfort of it, the glove part of it is consists of the flex sensors which are on the fingers and the band. For now, we have only constructed a prototype as seen in the video, but our actual product would not be so bulky as it, and it would provide quite a bit of freedom to the people. Apart from that, what our project was aimed at doing was, as all of us are very familiar with, a lot of us live with our grandparents in our Indian houses. We tend to live with our grandparents a lot, and after a certain age, uh, we might have to go to work. We are not very comfortable leaving them alone at home. So what our aim was basically of making this application was to make sure that the family members and the caretakers of those people, of the elderly and the disabled people, are comfortable and they know what their normal daily activities are. They can continue with their daily activities as and when the elder, whatever they want to read, they want to, whatever they want to do, that they are free to do. But the aim of this project was more focused on keeping the working class comfortable in their offices, where they can be sure of what the elderly and or the people in their
No,
house are up.
your intentions are good, and bringing some technology, so that it frees up a 24-hour caretaker is a well thought idea. Question is, if you give them a remote operation of the lights and the fans, is that going to be sufficient for elderly? Will they accept this, or they need something much more?
Sir, coming to your question, I would like to say that what we have currently made is just a proof of concept. And so there are only just 4 activities. I think that was your second question
Yes.
regarding the activities, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir. So what I would like to say is we have currently a system in place wherein we take the data from the glove, which is the acceleration data, and we store it in a log file. So what our plan is, how we plan to tackle this is we will create another class, let's say miscellaneous class, which will just collect all this data. And once we have the data for one particular user, what we can do is we can take the activity duration. Suppose from 6 to 8 o'clock I'm doing yoga, and then I can enter in my application that from 6 to 8 I'm doing yoga. So basically what is happening is the accelerometer readings from 6 to 8 p.m. will be then classified to a new activity, which is a yoga.
Okay.
So we are collecting the log files, we are updating it on the database and everything. We just have to
okay.
We just have to like make a user use the system for 1 hour, 1 day.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to ask a question here. Like many others have asked, especially yesterday, Professor Erki and all that were here. Did you take an old person, or the customer as part of your team in confidence to kind of involve them in the design of the app? Because one of the things that I have the greatest exception to in your design is the wearing of a glove. I don't think it's very practical to wear a glove. If you had designed this as a little watch-shaped thing or something on your wrist and all that, or something you wore on your belt, or as a locket, right? It would make much more sense. But as a glove, because you need to constantly wash your hand, and then you take it off, you'll forget to wear it, and you've got wires there and this and that. And then if you talked about watches, I see devising a piece of hardware like a watch and putting it out there in the field and maintaining it is very, very difficult. Why can't this just be an app on an existing watch platform? It need not be iPhone and all that or iWatch because that's too expensive. You have a bunch of other cheaper makes which are available, which could be adapted to this use, and they have all the communication infrastructure, everything that you need, sensors, everything built in. It could just be a app, a specially designed app for this kind of use.
Hello, sir, am I audible?
Yes.
So, sir, I would like to first answer your question about the band. Basically, what we have done is we have divided the system. So, if you want to use the AI part, it is simply just a band. It's not the entire glove. Only if you want to control the devices, you have to wear the glove. And coming to that, we plan to use a more skin sensitive and electrical cloth. We don't.
Can't hear you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Well, now, sir.
Yes, you are.
So, sir, and coming to the application part of it, actually, I have seen my own grandmother struggle with phones. She doesn't know how to use it, basically. And I think my friend Smriti would be better equipped to answer this question.
Yeah, so according to the as Nav said that we have the band. The band is detachable from the glove component of it for the gesture control. And as per our design, actually the glove isn't entirely covering the whole palm. It is actually just partially covering your the back of the fingers, and the rest of it is just strapped over here. Like, so actually it won't restrict that much movement if the glove part is also included in it. And if they only want the band, we can also focus on only the band. So this was also made with the intention that you can a lot of more people could use that. And
But did you take your grandmother on as a part of the team to kind of to
yes,
ask her
so
that, look, this is what we have in mind and all that? What did she say?
yes, so basically they don't have the smartphones. Like my grandmother lives in the house, like where they live, they have a Wi-Fi connection, but they don't use their own smartphones. So as she's used to working and like the from our current design, yeah, she found it pretty bulky. But later on, we can make it using PCBs and better materials. We could you make it into I don't know, on a product level, we can make it as a wearable and which won't really so
Can I ask a question
disturb their daily
related to?
activities.
So, Ramesh, go on.
Can I ask you a question related to this, just this specific point? Now, I'm getting a little confused. Is the glove part required more for activity detection, or is it required more for device operation? The glove.
Sir, the glove is basically used only for controlling the devices, just for home automation. The major part of activity detection takes place only through the band.
Okay, just hold on then. So, if that be the case, then why does the glove have to be on all the time? So why can't it be like picking up a kadchi in the kitchen to stir a pan of sabji, And similarly, when you want to operate a device, just pick up the glove. And so why can't the glove be a Wi-Fi enabled thing? So which you just wear when you want to do something. But
Yes, sir.
Then you have to become used to the habit that yes, whenever you do device operation, you must put the glove on so that somebody collects the information and data about it. Right?
Sir, actually, we have made the glove totally detachable from the band, and the band can be used as is without the glove. So,
And the
coming to your point,
band is required for activity detection, right?
yes, sir, and the glove is required for home automation.
Okay. Now, again, why should the band be required? Now, we all in statistics. We all believe in the fact that there is a routine that an elderly or a disabled will go through.
Yes, sir.
So therefore, why does even a band
because
take a certain period of time, and then unless you say that, and then precautionary measures be built around sense. But unless you say that the band has to be on all the time, should there be an accident, you must come to know.
Sir, coming to your point, I'd like to say that yes, surely we can use the statistical measures to predict the daily routine of an elderly person, but as like they live, sometimes they want total autonomy over their daily activities, and as we as children and grandchildren, we want them to be safe. So going that extra step, we have decided that if they wear a band, and that band is obviously just a proof of concept right now. The final product will be extremely like not like it wouldn't be so visible to anyone.
That's Navjot, right? Navjot?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Navjot, I think at that age, it is also very important that you don't give them anything which is seen as intrusive, So these things are also, I think, Smriti talked about living with her grandparents, and I think you have that experience.
Yes,
You're
sir.
fortunate to be living with your grandparents. I think many of us have crossed that stage. But I think you also know that they're very, very sensitive to these intrusions. So how do you make it least intrusive? A thought to remember. Now, when you move from the proof of concept to this thing, so what technologies, what simplifications do you bring into it so that it becomes the least intrusive in by way of what the and the disabled see it as?
So, sir, basically, what on the band we have an accelerometer. The whole part of the function of the band, how it works is because of the accelerometer, and it is transmitting data to our central hub. So, as an accelerometer in itself isn't exactly a very big thing. Even our phones have those. So, actually, we can incorporate this technology into something like a smartwatch or a simple watch, and use the same can be used. So for this in our future scope of our project, we could actually have a lot of different applications for this, and how in the different ways that it can be used. So like if we give them a watch, they would wear it. I don't think that would be intrusive as such.
I have a question now, and I'd like to point it at Anushka.
Yes.
Anushka, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, could you supersede the sensors on the glove by just doing everything with a band? Like, for instance, if I wanted to start the fan, for instance, I just point at the fan and I ghumao my hand basically, right? Little bit. Finger ko ghuma denge, right? If I want to put on the light, I point at the light and kind of do a gesture with the finger. Do you think you could pick up those kind of accelerometer movements and map them to actual actions that need to be done? Is there a need for a glove as such? Couldn't the band do everything?
Um, uh, as of now, what we are doing is we are basically making the gesture which is being going on the hub. So and then the lights and fans are being turned on. So I think using a band. Okay, so
Should I
But
take over?
but like your Alexa or Google, assistant, why not just talk to the fan? Say shut up or start.
so
Your
like
band has already a microphone on it and
no
a
no.
speaker.
what I'm saying is those systems like Alexa and Google Home Automation are basically for people who can speak louder. So the problem with elderly or maybe some disabled people who are dumb, okay? So our project is mainly focused on those
I see.
people.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I didn't get that before. Yeah, thanks.
And as for the
Okay,
only
good.
band with for the gesture part without the band, actually, we had tried one EMG sensor which detects the movement through gestures. However, it did not work very well as it wanted, as well as we wanted, because it needed very specific readings and we could not get it to work. So we had tried that, and we are sure there will be more technology in the future where we can incorporate that part also into the band.
And sir, I would also like to answer your question about using only the accelerometer for controlling lights and fans. Actually, the thing is, it is possible, but we would need a very sensitive accelerometer for that. And like right now, I don't think there are many accelerometers available for that. Because in addition to home automation and activity recognition, as we had planned earlier, we were planning to take in a whole lot of activities from the user himself. So using that in with home automation would be very difficult.
Point taken. So these are
I think we need
interesting
to end this.
challenges. Yeah.
One question.
Mesh, we'll end with your question. Yeah.
What other adjacent opportunities see of your concept? In let's say healthcare, let me give a little hint. In healthcare or in what other opportunities besides usage in homes, what other opportunities have you been able to think of?
Yeah, so actually, as we said, the central hub is one single thing. We can actually have multiple gloves for one single central hub. So we actually could very well deploy this into an old age home or into healthcare systems like into hospitals, where you can monitor the data of the patient. Then again, future scope of this, we could add more heart rate sensor or some other sensors where again the doctor could be informed and the caretakers could be informed as and when needed. So
Sir,
that technology.
I would also like to add an extra point that this glove by itself can be used in many other applications, such as controlling a drone or even as an exoskeleton. And the applications are just not limited to one field, such as healthcare. There are many more applications.
Okay. Is that it, Ramesh? So we should move on.
Only thing, and I don't want to have the last word, but only thing, Navjot, then you may not need as complex or as inclusive thing as a glove. So you can do it. Drones can be controlled through other means, so you don't need to necessarily. But anyway, we leave that point
Food
there.
for thought.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Food for thought. But as you can see, you caused a very animated conversations amongst us, and we are getting into that territory of grandparents and all that, which is very sensitive. So we can kind of we can kind of relate to the sorts of problems that you're kind of anticipating, right? But nice idea, nice intent, and that's really appreciated. And as for the actual technology, that needs to be kind of explored more. You need to explore more the limits of sensors and how you should actually implement this device of yours. So nice work. I'd like to hand the floor over here to Lohit.
Great. Thank you, team. Thank you, team 406.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, jury members and team 406. Before we move on to the next one, we'll just take attendance. I request all the teams, including the mentors and students, to just type in present in the chat and hit enter so that we'll get a count and who's here and who's not there. Then, meanwhile, we'll go to the next one. Next project ID is 72. Title is Physiotherapy Portable Cervical Joint Back System.
We have developed an app for the physiotherapy patients. So in today's age, we can't deny with the fact that we sit in front of laptop screens and computers for more than 5 to 6 hours. So it is very prone that we get cervical spondylitis and back pain, which is very regular, and we tend to lose that or ignore that by taking just a Comiflam or a Crocin. So what we have developed today, or what we have here today, is meant. So this is the app screen, what you can see. We'll start with the app itself. So here a patient data is recorded initially whenever a new patient comes to a physiotherapy doctor. So according to the contact name, patient ID, age, everything is recorded for our future purpose. So considering that we have 2 patients today, so 2 patients are introduced to the list, and we can consider Abhishek as our patient today. So he is connected to the app itself. So the Bluetooth, the device is connected to the app. What we have here are 3 modes. First is the training mode, second is the gaming mode, and then we have the graph view. So we'll start with the training mode. So in the training, what we do is, the patient wears this device on his head. This is the device what we have. So when he moves this device in the X direction, so accordingly this he has to catch the blue dot itself. So accordingly the data is recorded. Yeah. So when he's collecting the blue dot, it is actually a kind of visual feedback to the patient that the dot is there. So I have to collect that blue dot if it is in the right or it is in the left. Also we have an audio feedback here. So the app will tell you that you have to move left or right. So this is the Y direction in which the head has to be moved in the Y direction itself. Same game, same concept. He has to collect the blue dots. This is the Z direction in which he has to move the head in the Z direction. So every movement with the traditional physiotherapy movement has been recording till now. We have every movement recorded in this app itself. So this was all about the training mode. So coming to the graph view, now the exercise has been done. So data has been recorded and a graph has been plotted accordingly in the X, Y and Z 3 direction itself. So the doctor is able to see that how much the patient is improving according to the graph generated. Now coming to the gaming mode, often we require some interaction in the gaming itself. So we have introduced gaming in physiotherapy. So we have game in X, Y and Z direction itself. So this game is in the Y direction, and there are 3 what we can say option: range, time and difficulty according to the patient. If he is having acute pain, so he will select the range accordingly to move his head in slow motion or fast movement. The difficulty level has been recorded in this, and also we have the time for how much time the exercise has to be done. After selecting this information, he can start with the game. So this is a space invasion game in which he has to shoot the bubbles and kill the aliens, and he has to collect all the stars or the Polaris. So this is a one way of interaction motion. So kids will be more like impacted by these kinds of game, and they will be treated without any boring exercises. So the score has been recorded, and this is the time here. And this is the Z direction similarly. So he has to shoot down the aliens here. So similarly, we have X, Y, and Z direction. 3 of the games are there. So this was all about our app, which is the feature of physiotherapy. So when we met with physiotherapy and considering all the problems, we discovered that there were knee pain and leg injuries also. So those cannot be created or treated with this small device which has to be mounted on our head. So we consider the balance mode here. Same white box can be used here. Same equipments are used. It is just a board. So we need to place down, and accordingly the app has been created. Same training mode, same gaming mode, everything. So now we'll place this down. So now every movement of this patient has been recorded in the graph view itself. So the patient or the doctor knows that wherever the movement is required, he will move according to that only. Whatever the patient has been moving, so every movement has been recorded in this app. So the doctor will help the patient to move in the X direction, Y direction, or in the Z direction. And accordingly, every motion has been recorded in the app itself.
Hi, hello, we are team MEND. Nearly 80% people suffer from neck problem due to continuous sitting in front of laptops. These people do arrive at the physiotherapy clinics, but they do not continue further. The main reasons for them to not continue are they have tedious methods, they don't have any audio or visual feedbacks, there is no tracking of recovery cycle. So they don't find it more interesting to come again and again. Our solution MEND does contain all these features. Our solution has a small, portable and a lightweight device. The device is connected with an app via a Bluetooth. The main features of our app are automatic tracking of the recovery cycle of the patient. The audio and the visual feedback actually reduces the stress at the doctor's end because the instructions are given from the app itself. And finally, we have a multimodality module. So this can be also used as a balance board.
What if I tell you that you're using the app to play exercises while you're playing game in the front end, but in the back end, all the data that is produced while you're playing the games while doing exercises goes to the doctor, so that individual data recovery cycle for a particular patient becomes possible. Yes, the unique selling point of our app is gamification, where we tend to improve the interaction between human and the machine by providing games in the x-axis, y-axis and the z-axis. Here, in gamification, we have moved one step further by providing games in the virtual reality and AR platform. We have built games in the Unity platform to provide a real 3D experience. In this pandemic situation where we all are working from home, we would recommend to use this app, since there is no need to for a doctor to sit in front of you, and the database that is produced is accessible anywhere, anytime.
Our main target customers are physiotherapy doctors, private hospitals, clinics, all the sports rehabilitation centers and fitness centers. Our go-to-market strategy would be conferences, paper publications, journals, local vendors and distributors in the region. Our second stage customer sector would be all the IT sector companies and educational institutions. Our go-to-market strategy for stage 2 will be digital marketing, social and fitness influencers and fitness campaigns. Our competitors are Hokomo and Oblu.
The team is ready for questions. I request the team members to unmute their videos and be ready for the questions. Jury member?
One quick question. What sensor are you using?
Sir,
Gyro?
it is an gyroscope and an accelerometer, sir.
Can you speak up?
It's a gyroscope and an accelerometer, sir.
Okay, and what kind of accuracy in the movement can you guarantee? No doctor will accept it based on the video you showed.
Yeah, sir. So
Did you
actually,
try
on
it with
that,
actual head and?
yeah, sir. Actually, we would like to show that also, but we have also completed the testing with the doctors in the physiotherapy centers. We have used it with more than 15 to 20 doctors. We have also used the same in the fitness camps with over more than 30 to 40 students, so that we understood in the range of like the age differences, or how the people are reacting with different ages in the same. And we have also seen the accuracy. The accuracy is plus minus 2 degree as per the data sheet of the sensors that we have been provided.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions by jury members?
This is Kiran here. Even if let's say you get everything right, selling this device to physiotherapists versus selling this device to hospitals, or these two are very, very different models in go-to-market. So I don't know if you have thought about it, because selling to doctors and physiotherapists is like a B2C. It requires a lot of capital, and Romesh will tell you that it requires more money than we all can ever imagine. while B2B is a very different value proposition. So I'm not expecting an answer today, but I thought I'll just mention this to you. And Paritosh's question that it needs to be, I mean, I'm glad that you have done field trials, but it might require a lot more effort to get it right. You know.
Sure, sir. We'll see to it. We surely do
But
that.
the first one, just think about if you're thinking of taking this forward, where will you sell it and how will you sell it is a bigger question than getting the gadget done. Same gadget will work. That I have no doubt about that.
Building on
I have a query here.
Conferences are not the place to sell. These things are sold by your resellers, your
Yeah.
channels, and your integrators. Conferences is for getting your word out. Just remember
Yes, sir.
that. A lot
Sure,
of
sir.
startups make the mistake of going to conferences hoping to sell their products, and it's not the right forum for selling any product.
I think, sir,
Yeah,
building
go
on
on.
your observation, I think you have somewhere in the presentation you called, playing games versus while serving as a US. But I think you might actually, in a market like ours, which is all with Chinese and cheap products and stuff like that, you thought of who are the agencies that will certify and validate your product? Positioning in the market. So therefore, are you following any standards in this? Right? There is US, there is Federal Drug, and India, there must be ICMR, I don't know what, there must be a Society of Physiotherapists in India and so on. So have you thought of where you need to do that certification and validation? And do you have a list of things that you still need to do because then again, these will work in a manner where a one-off product will not work. You'll have to arrange. You have to arrange not only for cervical spondylitis, you'll have to have a product for another. So in order that you give an offering, B client or C client or whatever. C client may be less inclined to buy a bouquet. He may be buying a specific thing for a specific problem. So where are those certifications going to happen? You know what all work is required to be done. Have you investigated that? And I agree with Kiran sir. I think the question is about the technical validity and that it meets the need and the requirement and of the purpose that you made it for is there. But I think since it is a matter related to health, I think that certification to me is very, very vital.
Sure,
Definitely,
sir.
sir. So, as you correctly said, we will surely incorporate that, and we'll surely, as you said, that some certification is required. Surely, we would certify with some doctors and everything because
No. Doctors.
No.
Out later. Certification by professional bodies or agencies in the country or whichever country you want to go to, who will actually give it a CE or a kind of an approval or things like that.
Correct, sir. My bad.
It
Yeah,
might
sir.
even be mandatory, right, Ramesh? In some cases, it might be mandatory.
But again, it will become a USP if there are people prescribing certain things and somebody validates and kind of endorses your product. It will only enhance your chances of selling it.
Yeah.
But yes, I agree. It may not be mandatory all the time.
Yeah, I have a query here. Whenever I see a piece of hardware like this, which is packaging some kind of sensors inside it and stuff like that, I ask myself, why not a mobile phone? Because most of the sensors that you use are available inside a mobile phone. And rather than have an active device, which you have to, first of all, design and manufacture and support in the field and all those kind of things, give warranties for and so on, you might find it very expensive. Why not just have a little cradle, right, of the right size, where you stick a mobile phone in and use that, because that's got everything you need. It's got Bluetooth, it's got sensors, it's got lots of other things that you can also use in it. So, did you think of that? Because a mobile phone is ubiquitous, and for what it offers, it's very, very cheap, right? 1000 rupees you can get a mobile phone, but anybody's mobile phone can work with this, I suspect. So why not that instead of?
Yeah, sure. So we have
device?
actually worked on that also. There are two main reasons we have been working on this. Sir, one is that if we want to become a multimodality, so like if we want to use it for the leg or the forearm or even for the back pains and like the balance board, we cannot use the mobile phone to like incorporate in each and every sector. And secondly, the weight for the mobile devices is around 170 grams to 200 grams, whereas our device is right now around 50 grams, and which will more reduce to like 25 grams in the near future by SMDs. So which is actually a problem for the neck patients, because they do not actually happen to have a heavy weightage in their neck, so like they cannot carry that. So we are trying to like even think of some similar prospects to go ahead with.
But when you're saying that the weight is too much, have you actually tried it out in practice with some patients and so on? Have you validated the fact that 150 grams is too much weight and you can't do it? Because the kind of convenience you will get out of that, where you have to just focus on building the app, would be so much more.
Sure, sir. We'll also add that in our list to do, so that we can even survey on that sector of the part. In that.
I'm also delighted to see that you're, Advait.
So your primary customer is the physiotherapist or is it the patient?
It is the physiotherapist, sir. We do not target the patients right now.
So this is not going to be for a DIY kind of at-home physiotherapy sessions. Just to check whether you're looking at that if I'm undergoing physiotherapy, at some point in time the physiotherapist will say abhi ye ghar mein, and then this device will help to my therapist. Is an option?
Yeah, sir. What we have thought is we can actually give it to the physiotherapist, and the physiotherapist could actually give the same device to the patient, and he can do it at the home rather than buying a device and keeping it with him completely. He can like the physiotherapist can in future even rent it out, and it will cost a bit cheaper for the patient to even like use it, and in the near future it will be more easier for them to practice it at home. Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yeah, right. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Thank you.
So I'm delighted to see that the mentor, Professor Aarti Phadke, is also here online. I'd like her to unmute herself. And in fact, it's important for you to know the people in the background who are actually ensuring that these kind of things happen. And I'd like to appreciate them. And Aarti is one of them, and she's been a champion of the eYantra lab in her college. Aarti, would you just unmute yourself and show yourself? And this team is from KJ Somaya College in Bombay, which has always been very active. So she's the person to answer meta-level questions as to what is she finding students doing, because previously there used to be a tradition of just, textbook learning, exams and all that. Is this a trend, or is this just a small number of instances that we are seeing nowadays? Aarti, are you there?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Would you unmute your video?
Yeah, my video is on actually.
Yes, we can see you.
Yeah.
So is this a one-off or is this a trend? And what is happening out there in the world of education?
Sir, actually, what we are trying to do over, let's say, past 4-5 years is trying to promote more of this learning by doing or mini project. We are introducing mini projects at every level wherever possible. And one more thing we are promoting in our college are interdisciplinary teams. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Of course.
Interdisciplinary teams who are working for on projects, and as far as this project is concerned, I think the need statement, in fact we have a physiotherapy college by Somayas, and the team of doctors had come to our college saying that these are our problem statements or need statements, and from there students have picked up, and this group has picked up. In fact, they have done good amount of testing with physiotherapy college. I think Dr. Anjali Pultambekar and Dr. Mugdha also were very integral part of this team when they were working. More than me, probably they have given physiotherapy inputs to the team. And I think when such kind of inputs are coming from a variety of fields, the students will get more insights on what to do and how to go about. There is one more team working on physiotherapy problems, and they have a project, they have a product getting launched known as Robo Rehab, which is rehabilitation exercises, etc., for patients for physiotherapy. And I think this is not the end of it. They will continue having such problems given to us, and we will want our students to work on that. The focus of project-based learning is something which we have picked up from eYantra lab IIT, and we would like to contribute as much as we can from our college.
Thank you, Aarti. That's very eloquent. In fact, jury, this is your chance to kind of put the teachers on the mat.
No, I'm reminded of my first meeting with Dr. Aarti at the campus when I was there. You will remember, Kavi, on the preliminary round. Nice to you again on the screen, Aarti ma'am. So really, I remember this project even from that afternoon when we. So, so the questions were a little late. So no, I think great work. So the team has done great work, and I remember that day well, and I think I also know the enthusiasm that most of your students and the faculty alike, including your director or your principal, the lady who was almost
Dr. Shubha Pandit. Dr. Shubha Pandit, actually we had requested her to join today, but she had some more important meeting. In fact, Somayas are now a university, and hence there's a lot amount of work going on, and she expressed her inability to join.
No. I didn't mean to go there at all. All I said was that on that day she nearly spent the whole afternoon encouraging students and actually sort of egging them on to do well, and also selling the capabilities of the institute and the students to the visiting eYantra people. So I think good work.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ramesh, and thanks, Aarti.
Thank you.
If there are no more comments from the jury, we shall move on to the last team. But I think the reason I brought on Aarti here is to really illustrate. Yeah?
It's not the last team, so another two more teams.
Yeah, two more teams. I'm sorry. Achha, then we better move fast. So over to you, Lohit. Thank you, Aarti. Thank you, team.
Thank you so much.
But the reason I did this to just illustrate the fact that it is the college management which is also plays a very important role in encouraging this kind of work in the colleges. So I'd like to appreciate the managements of all the colleges in which we have labs or who have kind of encouraged their students to do so. So thank you. Over to you, Lohit. Thanks. Good work, guys.
Thank you, jury and team 72. The next team is team ID 594. The title is AQUA drone. Avijit.
Our project is Aqua Drone. It's an underwater drone which we built to monitor the Nordic region. So basically, Nordic region is the part of a marine environment where the marine life is rich. So our main motto is to monitor those regions. This is our aquatic drone which we built. So it is controlled using the joysticks, and it has the main tube which has the controllers and other battery power supplies. We place the propellers. So one is for vertical propulsion and another one is for horizontal propulsion. And we place the LCD camera to show the live feed, and we'll get the live feed and we'll do it for further processing. So as you could see, if you place the drone in the water, it floats in the 0 buoyancy level. So we've placed the weight in the foot tube, which is below the main tube. So it will give 0 buoyancy level. Then this is the joystick to control it. So we use a relay circuit which will trigger the motor and the controller to start controlling. So this is the vertical propulsion. So when the joystick is moved downwards, the drone will drone into the inside the water. So it will control the vertical propulsion. Then for the horizontal motion, forward and backward motion, horizontal joysticks are used. So we'll move in the forward direction, and it is also controlled. It can be also controlled in both left and right directions also. We place the LED to illuminate the underwater in case of darkness, and the live feed of the camera is sent through USB, which is seen inside the laptop. So you could see the video which is recorded by the camera is shown in the display. So this is how it's look. The lights are placed in the balance tube to eliminate underwater environment. So these are the propellers. So it's a forward motion. It's a reverse in motion. So it's going towards the surface.
Hello everyone, we are from Saram Engineering College, EC department. We the team developed Aqua Drone and myself K23. The problem statement is a requirement of drone for underwater inspections such as triple inspection, dam surface inspection, coral reef monitoring and marine life monitoring. The currently available technology for the coral reef monitoring is costlier than the proposed idea by us. So we developed the drone to fulfill the needs of the problem statement. In order that we developed two major applications such as fish detection and crab detection. We will see about the market availability of our product. The stakeholders involved in this are governmental and NGOs. The Fish and Marine Department, Oil and Natural Gas Department, Telecommunication Department, and both authorities use AUV and ROV for many purposes. The underwater construction, dam inspection, and ship hull inspections also use ROV as a very large product. The market available for ROV and AUVs is nearly $2.8 billion, and it is expected to grow by 16.7% in 10 years. The product can be given to the customer as a whole product or as a rental services. Since the applications vary from one customer to other customer, the end effectors can also be changed. Such as in our product itself, we have applied two applications. That is the pipeline inspection and fish detection. So according to the applications, the product can also be changed easily, and the spare parts available for our products are very much easy to change.
So I'm going to speak about the available markets and the challenges which we will face when our drone become a complete product to the public. So available market include industries like oil and gas pipeline industry, which uses underwater as a medium for transportation, and telecommunication industry, and researchers and NGOs who are keen to know about the marine life environment and the underwater ecosystem. So they can use our cost-effective drone to monitor those regions. In case of considering the challenges which we will face during the distribution and the customer service, we need to be more careful in providing service to the customer, and also our drone has to be easily compatible to the application which the customer is asking. So in that case, the challenges will be more, so we need to be ready for that.
Coming on to why should you buy our product? As the popularity for underwater exploration increases, so does the number of ROV manufacturers. Our product differs from other ROV manufacturers by the following factors: robustness, ability to handle the environment, easy to use, price, and most importantly, safety. Coming to social and economic value, a primary goal of many entrepreneurs is to operate a business that brings in a lot of profits. In addition to being a way to earn money, a business can also promote social values and benefit others. It includes things such as low energy use and low emission and green energy and a lot more. Thank you.
Jury members, the team is ready for questions. I request the team members to unmute their videos and be ready for the questions. Jury members? Hello, Ramesh sir.
Yep. Since there is silence, so let me begin. So I thought I didn't want to be the one asking the first question all the time, so I did it the first couple of occasions. Anyway, so I'm tempted since I got provoked just now by a friend. So, very might sound like a very silly question, but you expect this drone to be working in not so friendly environments as well underwater, right? And if that being the case, that being the premise, so that being the premise, what adaptations or what what you call encapsulation, if I may use that term, or whatever needs to be done? Because I remember from the old my youth days, certain underwater movies where sharks capable of eating full cages of things. And so what kind of protection do you think? Have you thought of if this is to really become a, a device which will actually be used, and at least for a good reason, on this time occasion, Kavi will not say why not replace it by a mobile phone, but you actually need something of this kind up there in the deep in the water. So again, long question, short this thing summary. What do you think you need to do to make robust and make this kind of withstand all kinds of harsh environments and conditions underwater?
Hello, sir. Thank you for the question. So, we made, which is completely waterproof. Actually, we used super adhesive inside the main structure. So, basically, main structure holds the electronics and the controller parts, right? So, actually, the purpose of this drone is to monitor the region which is called Nertic region. So, so what Nertic region is? It's a region which is where sunlight can penetrate. So marine life existence is really rich, and coral reef are more in number. Example, Great Barrier Reef in Australia, right? So these regions have reduced ocean currents. So in that case, we designed our drone, which weighs around 12 kgs. Uh, when we place the drone at the water surface, it floats at zero buoyancy level, which is null buoyancy, where the weight will become almost like with the diameter and width of the component which we use to build the structure. So the thrusters which uses almost as a to capacity locomote the drone. In case of any opposing force or ocean current which affects this drone, it has the tendency to almost avoid 1 kg of force which the drone experience when it is kept on the water surface. So I think.
Did you try it with any ocean current? Now that you mention it, you also mentioned dams. So to what depth is your device kind of
So yes, sir. So currently we have tested it till 10 meters depth. So actually it is an ROV which is remotely operated. We have extended a cable pond which is almost 20-meter depth, but we have tested till 10 meters, and we didn't face any issues like leakage of water inside the mechanical structure. So for further adding more number of protective measures in the drone, sir.
Okay, I have two questions.
Oh.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so you said 10 meters, but that was one time. So have you actually water tested your thing for over a long period of time? So that there is no
Yes,
water seepage?
we have a R&D thing in our college in civil labs. So what we did is we put our drone for entirely 24 hours of period in the depth of 10 meters, and we noticed that there was no water that was going inside the drone.
Okay. The other thing is
actually we anchored our drone. Yes.
Yeah. So at whatever depth, if it is 10 meters to 25, 30 feet, is there visibility, good visibility, or is the water still turbid and therefore having a camera doesn't make sense because anyway the camera can't see anything because the water is turbid?
Yes, sir, but we are using external illumination for that only zone. So since the water is turbid, we are providing external light source for it. That is, we are using LED inside the drone. So it gives some visibility. So we can see about 1 feet distance in the drone, sir, from the drone.
Okay. And why do you need a LCD screen on the drone? Because anyway, the camera.
No,
What
sir.
is the
The
purpose of
LCD
that?
screen is present inside the camera, sir. The whole camera thing has an LCD in it. Sir.
But why do you need an LCD screen on the drone?
No, sir. When we bought the camera, it already had a LCD screen, sir. That's
Oh,
why.
okay, okay, okay. So it's inbuilt with the cameras. You don't have a
Yes.
choice.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, this is Kiran.
Sorry, Kiran sir. Please
Go
go
ahead,
ahead.
please. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Please, Kiran sir, go ahead.
The question I wanted to ask you guys was, you got a cable to the drone, and that's how you control the drone, right? From a remote control?
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Now, if you have to take it to 50 or 100 meters, the cable won't work.
Yep.
Why, sir? We can extend the cable, right?
50 or 100 meters, that'll become very bulky, right?
Yes, sir. So
Actually, we used the Cat6 cable, sir. So, which is an Ethernet cable which contains almost 6 to 7 single wires in a single cable, right? So, in considering under to 50 meters, it won't be that much bulky, where the controller, which the operator can carry it easily, right?
Have you tried? I know that wireless won't work. So it'll be dead in 2 to 3 meters, 5 meters maximum, right?
yes, sir.
Have you tried sonar or any other thing?
No, sir. We wanted to add sonar in our project, but the cost was very much high when compared to the wired. This thing. We didn't try that.
But did you look at the feasibility? Take the cost slightly aside.
Yes, sir.
Is it feasible to do that? Extend it to a sonar?
I think so. It is possible, sir.
It is possible.
Yes, sir. Because
How will you get the video feed out? Your whole navigation is based on video. Sonar won't be able to carry images.
yes, sir. The video can be stored in the drone itself, and once it gets to the surface, we can analyze that video.
But how will you navigate then if you don't see the video in real time?
This is the problem. That may be a problem.
Actually, sonar in transmission and reception based, if we send some commands to the drone which is in the water, once it is made that operation, it will send the feedback to the user which is who's on the top. So in that manner, the operator at the top can know whether the drone is operating or it's moving. So we
Can
can
you
use that
guys
thing,
do
sir.
one thing for me? And what Paritosh is asking is very important. Think through this. There might be a real life situation where somebody wants it without those cables for 50 to 100 meters.
Yeah.
And, Kavi has my email ID. So think through the feasibility, and if you can just come back to me, I will introduce you to a company which is trying to design. So they're a design company, but this is what he asked me, and I told him radios won't work. Sonar might, but I haven't done anything beyond that. So you guys are closest. Just let me know. But think through everything. What control video. How will you get the signal? Think it from all angles, and then let me know.
See, I have a point to make here. In fact, the design here has basically a relay, right? And where do the batteries and all that sit? The batteries are on the rover, or are they elsewhere?
Actually, there are two sources, sir. The one is for the thrusters, because the thrusters require nearly 12 to 20 voltage, and it requires minimum of 5 amperes. Sir. So what we did is, for the supply for the thrusters, we gave from the outside, and the controllers which are inside the drone have a separate battery with inside the drone itself, sir.
See, the controller is what? Because you just have a relay inside. Your motors are only on-off, right? So where do you need a controller inside the drone?
No, sir. We'll get the joystick data into the controller. So according to this data which we receive, we will move the drone, sir. So for that purpose, we'll using controller.
Yeah, you mean that power source is to operate the relays, is it?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
See, I have major issues with this. First of all, this cable kind of thing is not going to work. And if a cable does work and you want to have live navigation from video, typically this kind of device needs to be attached to a buoy, which is always floating on the surface. And
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So
the other thing is that to give the power source from your cable means that your cable also has to be very heavy in order to convey that power. And a cable-based method of this kind is not going to work. The only way to do it is actually autonomously. And autonomously with a buoy, if you want to send back video information, or sonar information is possible to have it relayed back, and that can you can do advanced processing of the sonar information to warn you of obstacles in the water and what to do next and stuff like that, right? So I think this design needs to be deep through. And what's more important is that if you had a customer in hand who would tell you this is useful or this is not useful, would be very, very good in this kind of case. Because what you've done here is that you've thought of a problem, solved it, you don't have a user in mind. Yeah.
As you said, we have made a buoy. Actually, we have made a buoy while we building this drone itself. So actually, we made a along with this drone, we in the buoy we have implemented certain sensors to monitor the surrounding environment also, but we have not integrated in it. So actually, we have made the buoy completely, sir. We have it.
Okay, excellent. But you still,
if possible, I will screenshot the image of our buoy.
That's fine. But you need a customer in your hand as part of the design team.
Yeah, fine. Actually, when we are presenting our idea to one of the universities, one of our customer from down south Tamil Nadu, Tuticorin, they approached and asked for a problem in which the seashore fishermen used to collect the crunch, means siren, which is underwater. Actually, these sirens are hidden inside the sand at almost like 2 to 3 inches inside the surface of the sand, inside the water. So they were asking for a solution. If your drone can have any external hand, so that this problem can be resolved. So actually we are planning to add an external end effector like a manipulator, which will identify location, particular region where the sirens are available and pick those sirens.
Okay, very
So
good.
we are.
No,
I think Paritosh has got a question.
I had a quick question. So related to what Kavi asked, actually, what is the business case to be made? Do you know what is available in the market, and why would your thing stand against what is available? I just browsed on the net and I find quite a few devices available.
Yes, sir. What what are most single thing oriented. So our purpose is to make it two major things. One is complete product which has to be given to the customer, and second is rental. So for the rental purpose only, we have thought of dam inspection and ship hull inspection. In case of markets, the first thing is cost, and the second, maintenance of this drone with simple and cheaper parts. So we can approach customers by means of this reduced cost, where they need not to rent the product.
So you see cost advantage.
yes, sir. The way we are going to provide the product is also different. That is, as you told, we are going to give this product as a rental services to them, and we can also what to say, the end effectors can be changed easily while comparing to the other products. So, like we will be providing an external extensions for the drone to where the end effectors can be changed. That's what is different from the other products.
If I can ask try and put it in a consultant's kind of a framework.
Yes, sir, Umesh, we'll make this the last question.
Is considering that we don't have a very specific solution or a specific problem to deal with at the moment, can you also your work break this down into some kind of more universal, more comprehensive kind of a approach to this whole subject? See, today you're restricted to a certain number of meters, and these are the variables that you need to put in your skeleton or your approach paper. You have a certain depth issue which today you are dealing with. You have certain restrictive environments like there is a cable only and there is a this thing only. Then there are certain things like not going to deeper areas because where there are harsh conditions. What will happen to the inside when the hydrostatic pressure of the column of water increases? Will the leakage happen? Happen then? At 50 meters it may not happen, but at 500 meters it may happen. So there are various parameters, if you may. I think you need to make some kind of a matrix of work and then say, what am I required to do for each? Because otherwise your product looks very niche. Now, go out to the market and look for sellability of a niche is making it that much more difficult, I guess. Unless you present to a customer or a prospective customer a matrix of, let's say, okay, if I have to do this depth, if I have to do this control, I mean, there are various X's in this. This depth, this control, this cable, this technique, this technology, this sonar, that buoy, and then you create a work map for each of those if you have to do, implement any of those. And therefore create a universal kind of a solution. So if I have to do this, you pick up a menu, I pick up this, and I pick up this, and I have solved the problem. Otherwise, I have a feeling not as a student of IT or technology or automation, which I am not by any standards. I am a metal bender by my background. I bend metal all my life. I have bent metal. So therefore, it looks to me a little restrictive in terms of making it see the light of the day or get realized. If I'm making sense. So.
Ramesh, I know Kavi is restricted. I would just say that this is very apt because I'm seeing this as a platform from where multiple potential exists, but restricting it may actually kill the idea. I agree with you. Yeah, it's for them to figure it out now.
Because
thank you,
possibility.
members.
The moment you go with that set of points, sorry for the last 30 seconds. The moment
yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you, Ramesh. We'd like to move on because we have the last one and then we have a talk after that. So do excuse us. Nice work, team. There's food for thought. The
Thank you,
sense
sir.
thing is that the moral of the story here is that it's a very compelling idea, but it needs to be developed more, and a customer needs to be found and delighted by the product. So good work, guys. Over to Lohit and the last team.
Thank you, jury members and team 594. So we have the last team now. Just quick announcements. I see that members are leaving the WebEx room. Please don't leave. We'll be taking attendance again sometime later. And most importantly, we have the viewer's choice polling taken shortly after the last one. So please stay online. And we have a very good and interesting talk by Captain Raghuraman. That's most awaited. Now we'll move to the last team, team ID 1264. Title is Kanak, Smart Bin and Reward Based App.
Can download so that user will get to know how to use.
The title of our project is Kanak Smart Composting. As we all know, garbage disposal and waste management is a big problem which has been troubling the civic authorities of various municipalities and metropolitan cities. The landfills are working way beyond their capacity and they are overburdened. when we did a survey, we got to know that out of the total domestic waste generated, 50% of it is organic in nature and can be processed and decomposed quite easily. However, in spite of this knowledge and in spite of being aware of the crisis, people are not doing so. We did a survey of almost 200 people, and the reasons given for not composting were no space, too much attention and time needed, and it was adversely affecting the aesthetics of a place as due to emission of foul odor or attraction of insects and flies. Moreover, people are not ready to do something purely out of a social cause. They need a certain level of incentive to be able to continue with. This was our solutions, Kanak Smart Composting. The sense temperature and soil moisture readings are being taken. Those readings are sent to cloud. Processing of these readings is done through a algorithm, and the points are assigned after each batch of compost. Based on those points, a leaderboard is created, and the rank holders of the leaderboard get cashback reward from us. So that is our overall idea, and our motto is compost and earn. So waste to wealth, quite literally. So for a family of 3 to 4 members, this is the amount of waste generated daily. And after composting, this is how the texture of the compost is. Right now it is a bit dry as this compost has been generated quite a few days ago, but this will be more moist in nature and will not emit any foul odor. So this is the ideal compost which is converted from this waste.
And it contains 2 sections. We have named this one section as Srujan and the other name is Shushti. So the user will fill the waste in the one bin, and until and unless it's completed by full by 75%, the user will put the waste in this, and then the composting will start. The composting will be monitored by the node MCU. Once the dustbin is filled by 75%, the composting will start and will be monitored by the node MCU. The node MCU is powered by the DC power supply, and the same will be for the other bin. And the node MCU will be sending the data of soil moisture and temperature to the Firebase, and after every 2 hours it will send a reading that is like 12 readings 20 per day. And we have this inlet which will act as inlet and outlet both. So we'll be collecting the all compost in this tray for soil moisture sensor and temperature readings. We are also having the air vents on this side which will provide the air ventilations, and this is, right now it's 2-way ventilation, but we are planning to install a 1-way ventilation so that the odor will not come outside, only the fresh air will come inside. And this is the HDPE, that's high density polythene. So its melting point is really high as we are using a Berkeley's hot composting method, so the temperature will not be a factor.
So we have already seen all the demonstration of the hardware as well as software. So what's the main objective of this? Normally, if the user decides to compost his biodegradable waste, what orthodox composting is, you need to search space, you need to dig pit, you have to add water, you need to ventilate it, and there is so much human attention is required. But by using this prototype or the product, no or minimum user attention is required, as he will be using IoT based app and daily readings will be shown to him. So the main part is this only, to minimize the human attention, and as well as it will be help in the Swachh Bharat India mission as well.
Here we have 2 controllers and the 2 sensors which will be monitoring the temperature and the soil moisture content of the compost. So from this controller, the 2 moisture and soil temperature sensors are being placed in the bin. So this is bin 1 and this is bin 2. In similar manner, here also the 2 sensors are placed. This is DS182B temperature sensor, and this is a soil moisture sensor. So this will be monitoring your temperature and soil moisture content, and accordingly those values will be sent to the Firebase. And every day, by the delay of 2 hours, 12 readings will be sent, and the average will be taken, and accordingly that value will be considered your day value, and accordingly it will be sent to the app and to the Firebase. So we'll see the next part.
So other than the hardware, this is the software that we have built. So Kanag, this is our main app. The app's theme is Compost and Earn. So these are some of the starting pages, so that the user will get acquainted about how to use the app. These are some of the pages. we can skip through it. So here, the first of all, the user needs to sign up and create an account. Currently, we already have an account. So this is the home page of the app. Whatever the bins we have seen, Srujan and Srushti, these two bins will be controlled by this app. Once once the bin is full, the user just has to press the start composting button. As soon as he presses the start composting button, you can see the status on. When this happens, whatever the values that the temperature and sensors are reading, that will be sent to our Firebase app. So this is the main function. This is the points page, where the user will be able to see his daily readings, bin 1 and bin 2. So he will get an idea about how is the composting process going on. So this is the soil moisture and temperature readings for bin 1 as well as bin 2. These are his daily readings. And once the composting is, once he feels that the compost is almost ready, or by seeing the readings, so the user will press the end composting button. So at that particular instant, the readings will be stopped storing into the database. Now, as soon as he presses, the points will be calculated according to an algorithm. And through the algorithm, we have planned to make a leaderboard of the users. So to create a competitive environment amongst the users. Why we are creating this? Because our main aim is not just to compost, but to give reward points also to the users. So as leader, you can see your rank and as well as your points. And through these points, certain cashback or rewards will be given. Apart from this, we have a user manual from which you can download, so that user will get to know how to use this entire bin. And here you can see the profile of him. So and this is of the entire app functions.
Management is an issue which is known by all but acted upon by very few countries around the world have come up with innovative and interesting solutions to curb this problem. But in this, where do we the Indians stand? In India, waste management is a burning problem due to the high population density, especially in the metropolitan cities. The composition of Indian domestic waste is such that 50% of it is organic waste. So with this knowledge and a 200 people survey, we have developed a solution which is Kanak.
Hello. Kanak means gold in Sanskrit, and it's an easy to use, portable, smart dustbin. It is integrated with an IoT module, thus requiring minimum user attention. Kanak also comes with a mobile application which provides instant and constant updates to the user. Our one-of-its-kind algorithm is used to assess the quality of the compost generated. The user also gets points assigned after the successful composting of the waste. The leaderboard is generated within the users, which induces a competitive environment between the users. Last but not the least, the USP of the Kanak, that is the reward-based system. This helps to motivate the people, generate the compost, and thus solve the waste management crisis of India.
In the process flow, we have the bin with the sensors. Their readings sent to cloud along with the algorithms are used to assign the points. Leaderboard is made, which leads to the final cashback reward.
Who are our stakeholders? Our main aim is compost at home. So product is designed in a such a way that it will be useful for domestic household as well as for gardeners, eateries, nurseries, etc. So these were our stakeholders. Our competitors. At present, these available in the market are between 15 to 20 kg. Existing products are mere dustbin which don't offer users the kind of functionality that Kanak offers. And most importantly, constant user attention is required. Target customers are all the households present in the country. The size and the shape of the bin is customizable as per the family size. Thus, best is the best.
The facility of Compost and Earn makes a great strategy to attract customers, as the initial cost can be easily recovered through cashback. For us, waste is gold, and through Kanak, we wish to take small initiative towards sustainable lifestyle and also help in contributing towards Swachh Bharat Abhiyan initiated by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. We also plan to develop a standalone IoT module and a subscription-based model in future.
Jury members, the team is ready for questions. I request the team members to please unmute their videos and be ready for questions.
Hello, one and
I
all.
have a
Good evening to everyone.
Yeah, I have a question.
Kiran and Advait, this team is from Pune, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, noted, Kavi.
Yeah. Okay, my question is, somewhere I saw that the composting starts after 75% capacity.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
And then I also, till then it's fine with storage, but after that, I assume there'll be a daily addition to the one of the bins. So how do you manage start composting, stop composting when there is a daily addition of garbage?
Our actual bin is not just one whole part, but it's divided into two sections. So when composting is taking place in one part, you can use the other part as a dustbin or a disposable bin, so that the condition of not adding further waste to one bin is fulfilled. And that is why the two partitions.
And how does the user know when to stop composting?
Stop composting, I think the user manual provided is going to give all the conditions which how a compost looks like when it's done, when it's ready. So following that, and by physical assessment, the user will have to decide that the compost is ready.
But won't
Yeah.
you also tell you when the compost is ready?
Yeah, I want to answer this question.
Yeah, but
Yeah, okay. So your question, the user will decide when to press the stop button. Okay. So what we have done is that our algorithm is based on one method, scientific method, that is Berkeley's hot rapid composting method. And in that, it suggests that the compost will be ready in 3 to 4 weeks if you properly follow or maintain your temperature and soil moisture readings. So the purpose of our app that it provides it daily readings. So you can easily see the temperature readings, and you can very easily see that the first stage the temperature rises. In between the few days, the temperature remains constant, and when the temperature starts falling up to certain limit, that is indication that the composting has been done, that a waste is generated into compost. So that is what indicates the user to press the stop button. And also he can easily open the inlet valve, and he can easily see the whether the waste is fully generated composted or not.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Now, a follow-up to that question, Varad, you were speaking, right?
Yeah.
First of all, Varad, who had his hand or his leg injured when we...
yes.
Yes.
Couldn't hear your voice.
Yes, sir, he was the one.
Yes. Yes, his leg is.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
So my question is, with so much usage of technology and algorithms and so on, and actually, can't you rely a little bit on IoT and create a self data creation of a self? How do I put it? A user like me, build that algorithm or build that trend line which tells you when that compost to be ready. Why does one have to actually physically see this? Okay, the system is not that intelligent when you start. For a few months, for a few weeks, or quarters, you might need to do that. But over a period of time, all your electronics and your gadgetry, I remember your equipment did not have this much gadgetry on that day when we came to your campus. Again, another observation which is right or wrong. Your system did not have so much gadgetry and control and cloud and so on that day.
So the system was completely functioning on the day of regionals, but we have, because of the environmental factor and temperature, we have reduced the sensors and the gadgetry. We have reduced the overall need for having many microcontrollers and electronic gadgetry on the bin itself.
Okay, my question is simple. why should the system not have the capability of teaching itself over a period of time and decide whether the composting is done or not? I mean, we use it so often in quality control equipment in corporations. There are cameras which will tell you whether this part is okay or not. Over a period of time, parts move and then you figure out. So why should certain characteristics of the compost not be picked up, and therefore those conditions measured? Is it moisture? Is it baking? Is it what? So that you actually can start interpreting over a period of time that the composting has done or not done. So you don't need somebody to remember. It's like my manual pump. If my water supply is 6 o'clock and I get that day, I have lost my water supply for that day. So I don't want that kind of a thing to happen. So somewhere the system should be intelligent enough to, over a period of time, get educated to say that yes, this is composting is done.
Yes, sir, definitely.
I don't know if it is making sense.
Ramesh, I just want to add here to the team. If you do what Ramesh is asking, it's a very valid, good idea to take it to the market. In absence of that, it's a student project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the difference. So I think what he's asking you is, okay, let's say it takes 3 to 4 weeks. You start with 3.5 weeks or 4 weeks, and down the line, and you say in next 12 weeks we understand where you are, and it's ready. Just two lines, ready or not ready. That's it. Then you have a sellable product.
Yeah, that's what Kiran said. That's what
Yes, sir, definitely. I mean, right now we had included only two parameters, that is temperature and soil moisture, for the assessment of the quality of compost, as the method which we had referred to, the Berkeley's method. According to that, these two parameters are self-sufficient to tell us that the end product, that is the generated compost, how the quality of it would be. And also these two parameters are the ones which follow a specific trend throughout. So right now only these were considered. However, if we have to, as you said, if we have to decide whether the compost has been fully done or not, there are certain more parameters which also have to be taken into consideration, and they can be well analyzed using physical inspection. So we did not include them, like there were certain things like the color or the odor or the CS to N ratio which has to be monitored. So right now we hadn't included that. However, also we had to minimize the number of sensors because the cost is very less as compared to the current products in the market. So we try to keep it simple and optimized, as just a daily inspection of it can be done. However, this idea will definitely think of including it in our future scope in the final product.
I have one more question here. Ramesh, can I ask the question? You were onto the thread.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Is there something called as a Connect Cloud, where I want to know how much of compost is ready in a city, in a neighborhood, because that becomes a marketplace to sell?
Yeah.
So would that be an aggregation of all? Let's say 200,000 users are using in Pune or Mumbai, and I know that in Baner there are 20,000 users, and there are Andheri there are 50,000 users or whatever, and this much is available. Now that becomes a very valuable input to sell that, because people are not able to consume what they produce here. That's been experience in most societies.
Kiran sir, I'm tempted to. I didn't say this earlier.
I can answer this.
My question was, who's running the economics of this? Because you did mention somewhere that it is ready, you can sell it, you can monetize it. Now, who's running the economics of this? I think behind that question comes Kiran sir's question of, unless you know what the market is, what the size is, how much is sitting where, and then question still remains: who will run that economics? Who will run that enterprise, if I may, notional enterprise?
Yeah. Can I answer this question?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, okay. So whatever the question, the same question came in our mind. And also what we have thought is that we will not just limit our product to be sold and after that our role is over. But what we have thought is that when the customers have have composted their waste and they are having the ready compost. So what we have thought is that we are going to, our company ourselves will uh, collect the compost from them, and maybe in we can sell that to the farmers or etc. I have also read one paper that one man operates such thing in Mangalore, and he sells same amount of compost to government and as well as farmers at like 2000 rupees per ton. So in the same way we have thought of doing this. And whatever Deshpande sir has said about can I get the data of how much compost is at in the Kanak cloud? So yes, we can easily verify that we will be having the user's data. It will be stored in the cloud, and by easily analyzing his current readings, we will get to know that how much compost is generated now, and within in next week how much will be generated. So that we can calculate through Kanak cloud. Yeah, business model is.
Does your composting chamber measure the weight? Does your composting chamber have a weight sensor?
Sir, right now, our the major motive behind creating Kanak was to encourage people to compost itself. Like we hadn't, like while starting, we hadn't thought of it as a booming business, but it was just an attempt to create awareness and encouragement among people. So we thought of using a load cell or a weight sensor to get the weight, but then later we thought that the cashback reward should be based on consistency and the quality of compost and not the quantity of compost generated, because the quantity of compost will vary from one household to another, and that should not be the deciding parameter securing the points. So, the consistency and the quality should be the parameter.
Can you guys do one thing? Romesh brought in a very important thing, the whole enterprise piece. See, I'm based in Pune. Advait is based in Pune. Okay. And I'm actually an investor in one of the PI cities started Gig India. I don't know if you know, they're your seniors.
Which
Sunil Chintalwar.
Gig India's, yeah. So can you just reach out to us, me and Advait? We might like to have some conversation with you, taking all this feedback to see what could be your roadmap in case you're serious about taking this as a entrepreneurial journey. If it's a project, that's fine. But if it's an entrepreneurial journey, we would be interested in talking to you.
Yeah, we are interested to take it forward. And already we are college startup cell too.
Yes, sir. Our project is an incubation, so we were trying to work about it in that sense also. So
Just drop us a mail. Just drop us a mail and we'll connect in Pune.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's your mentor?
Point that whatever size you have seen in the video, that is customizable. That according to your family or the waste generation, we can like customize the bin size or like issue. That's not the issue. If in case you are not having space.
Who's your faculty mentor?
Bhandekar sir.
Yes, hello. I'm audible, sir. Hello.
Hi. So I
had
a question. I think I should hand this over to Kavi. He has a lot more, hands-on experience with composting. But what is the cost of your device? Expected cost of your device?
6,000. 6,000.
Because I was just browsing and I see, hundreds of products on Amazon between 1,000 and 4,000 for home composting. Now I know you added sensing.
Yeah.
But does active sensing every say an hour is needed for this kind of process, or inspecting it physically once every day is good enough?
So the
So
sensors
I want
were
a quiz for all your electronics inside home composting, because most of the home compost are passive.
right. So the electronics were added because of the additional part of the project, which was the app and the UFP, which was the reward-based system. And because we were giving them points, it was essential for us to have the data of how the composting process is taking place, because the user then will be able to easily deceive us if we don't have any control over the whole composting. Or the no monitoring over the composting. So that was added for this purpose. And visit to a kachra depot owner, he just once very casually said कि लोगों को पैसा दो लोग करेंगे. So that was the mindset that we should provide something in return for them to be able to continue with the process of composting. And so how will we do that? We'll add sensors to it, we'll monitor their data and we'll give them points. So that was the idea.
Do you think the incentive of just buying the compost that people produce is not enough, and this IoT based thing, is a much better way of incentivizing people, is it?
Sir, the compost currently generated is not, I mean, people don't sell it much. Like, we talked to many people. There were issues about space, there were issues about size. In flat systems, you cannot dig compost pits, so you have to buy bins, and sometimes it
Right.
takes order. So, we were trying to solve all these issues related to composting with one product, and then with the reward based system, like there will be some sort of competition. It's like there are people in my neighborhood using the app as well, and if I see my points greater than them, so it will be it will be a motivation for me to continue, or if my
Nice.
points lesser,
Okay.
yeah.
Paritosh, we need to wind up
I'm
now.
done. I'm done. You should be asking. You know a lot more about this.
No. So you got this. This composting is a big business. In fact, we know some companies who made composting machines from 10 kilo upwards, and these are totally automatic machines, and they are finding it difficult to move these or sell these because people say they like composting, but when it comes to putting their hands in their pocket, nobody wants to do anything.
Exactly.
It's not my problem. It's the municipality's problem. Then municipality also doesn't want to spend money because they buy machines and then nobody maintains them. All sorts of things. So, but this is a very interesting. This waste is gold issue is going to become more and more important, and I think you guys should explore it further. And I'm delighted that Kiran and Advait are willing to speak to you a little bit more about this. We'll make that happen, but it's a very interesting place to explore, and there are lots of solutions needed here. So having said that, I'd like to kind of bring this part of the session to a conclusion. Thank you very much, guys, for eloquently supporting your cause and presenting your work. And I would like to thank the jury. We already have our speaker here, Captain Raghuraman. I'd like to sort of welcome him here on board. One member of our jury already knows him, Romesh Kaul, right? Because when I spent a year in Mahindra and Mahindra as a CTO in 2007, that's when I met both Romesh, and I perhaps bumped into Raghuraman. He might not remember that, in the corridors of the corporate house of.
Raghu was a very popular Kavi in Mahindra.
But before I end this thing, as is customary every time, I would like the jury to sum up what they felt about the sessions. And Raghu, I'd appreciate if you just bear with us a few minutes while we.
Certainly, take your time.
Yeah.
Take your time.
So maybe Kiran should start, and then we'll work our way in that order. What are your impressions of today?
So Kavi, I will sort of share with you, Advait and I were comparing notes on WhatsApp, and we have identified a couple of them to be worthy of our nurture mentoring program, where there is a selection to get entrepreneurs into it, and people have benefited. Some of them have gone on to become charter members. So successful business. So if I take that as a yardstick, this is a huge success. If there are projects which are worth an entrepreneurial journey, it's a huge success. If I take this as student projects, it's a mega success, because this is just great. The third thing I would like to say is every project has a gadget with it, something or the other that students have put together. It may be difficult, and some of those, they said that we didn't have money or this was not there. All of those are wonderful, but they put together physically something which I appreciate. I could never have put these things in second or third year, so more. And the fourth one I would say is the organization that you put together to put this program together. Lohit and everybody else. Kudos to all of you. I've enjoyed it thoroughly. And I'm sure Advait is now addicted. So you got one more from Tai Pune, and he runs the education initiative. So I think, it's great from
Wonderful.
that
Wonderful.
area.
Thanks, Kiran. Advait?
Yeah, I think
Kiran, incidentally, you were MD of Tech Mahindra. At that time, you might have overlapped with Captain Raghuraman.
Yeah, I think Raghu would remember, I was on his board, I think, a short while. And so we know each other from those times. Yeah, Raghu, I know from that time.
Okay, good.
And then we met somewhere in between when he was in Delhi. So it's a old world. We are partners in crime.
So over to Advait. Advait, please.
Yeah. So I will continue that. I think Raghu and me know each other as well. I think when he was part of heading NatGrid, I think we had tried to do some consulting work there. If you remember Raghu, and then of course we met later. But back to what Kavi you were asking, I think like Kiran said, we've been exchanging notes last couple of hours. And one thing that is different from what I said yesterday, and some of you were there yesterday as well, is I think today I really got a sense that technology was not being just used for technology's sake, but there were clear real world applications. And I know all these are second and third year students, so some of it would obviously need more work, like many of the other jury members have also said in terms of features, functionalities, product forms, so on and so forth. But I think today's set, I really feel like we always say in Thai, every idea need not be a business. But today, I think lots of ideas have huge business potential and marketing potential. Of course, it needs work. It is not go-to-market stage right now, but that's fine because it has taken some form now, and with proper mentoring guidance from e-Yantra side, or if some of these people come under Thai, I think there is a ready market for them. And I'm 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 very happy with the quality of the presentations and the quality of the projects and all the things that you and your team have done under e-Yantra in the last couple of months with these people. So kudos to you and your team.
Great. Thank you, Advait. Perhaps we'll have Paritosh and then Romesh.
I'll be brief then, Kavi. Firstly, congratulations to all the students for their enthusiasm and effort to bring these things together. Clearly, they have thought these things out to some level. This is I think ideas competition is more about ideas. The products can come later. They may not even be ready, and you may be in early phases of prototypes. So I think the focus should be on ideas, and the students have clearly spent some effort in putting their concepts together. I think I'm a little bit out of my depths here, sitting among captains of entrepreneurship and enterprise here. So I think many good comments have already been given, as an academic. But I think students should pay a little more attention to the market, the competition, and make a business case to bring out the USPs or whatever it is, the value propositions which will make their ideas succeed. I think at ideas stage, it is very important to be very clear about what we are attempting. Technology can follow. You put in a lot of effort in building the project and building a project, but I think in an ideas competition, you should do a lot of pre-work with idea. So I like all the products. I would like the students. I would like to encourage the students to be a little more professional in evaluating their ideas upfront before even starting the project.
Okay, so before we go to Romesh, I see that Kriti is here.
Yeah.
So Kriti, that's a bonus to have you around. So why don't you tell us what you thought?
Okay, I was really thrilled this time because I've been listening to the students this year, about 2 or 3 today, and maybe half a dozen last yesterday.
Yesterday.
That and then compared this with the previous year's projects and presentations and so on, I was really taken by the quality improvement of both the final product that people brought to the table here, showcased it, and also the way they articulated their the presentation, the motivation behind it, the kind of experiment that Physiotherapy just mentioned now, that they should do some pre-work and find out whether something's feasible. All that has been done before done by people here, in a sense that they've taken the message seriously from previous years and applied them to their project and come up with something which is more than a project report, project presentation. That is very exciting and very telling on the effect of previous years' feedback to the students on the final project this year. Now, I want to ask some of the students who were there whether they were participants in last year's projects, whether they talked to the previous years and so on, just to see how much the impact of 1 year is on the next year. Because that's one of our goals is to figure out how to organize this in such a way that people benefit from the seniors' performance and seniors' participation in the subsequent years. So you might want to do that during the periods that we get in between various events. And so the hats off to you and your team and all the participants. And Saraswati also mentioned to me that the quality of the people, the presentations by students has gone up enormously. The other events that we have around the main technical events also seems to be having a large impact on the student performance, and that's what you want to have, right? So that is very good. So keep it up, keep up the good work, and hopefully subsequent years you'll see not just the students but the company CEOs coming and giving pitches to you and to us to evaluate the.
Wonderful.
Good
Thanks.
luck.
We got big plans for next year also, so we'll be in touch. And thank you. And that's a blessing from Professor Kriti Ramamritam and a certificate to all the kids here. Thanks, Kriti. And without much ado, we'll move on to Romesh.
Yeah, Karthik, can I call you on video call?
Well, that's the plague of the times, the mobile phone. Romesh, it's all yours now.
Yeah, thanks for leaving me in the end.
You have to speak a bit louder because we are missing you because your mic is not.
Okay. Are you able to hear me now?
A bit better.
Okay, because I'm not my phone. I'm in a lockdown in Gurgaon, Delhi, so I'm barely equipped with my iPad and iPhone, so I don't have other gadgetry with me. No headphones, nothing. So anyway, first of all, I think let me put some things straight. I think Karthik keeps introducing me as Managing Director of MCIE. No, I'm the Executive Director of MCIE and did not director, and I retired, by the way, formally from the company on the 25th of June. So I used Mahindra in Rajkot, which we developed into and had a new plant set up in Chakan in Pune. So I worked with the Mahindra Group for a good 16 years, and that's it. So just to put the record straight, I would like Kavi to participate tomorrow as well. That only shows how participate as an observer, not as a jury, because jury is a tough job. Tomorrow as well, and to me, as I said, it is brain tonic for me. It helps me stay young. It helps me kind of stay relevant and stay, in touch with the young people and look at what's going on. Otherwise, I can become very rusty and dead. Third and very important, I think this is the first time I've interacted with Mr. Kiran Deshpande. I think I've heard a lot about him in the past. One of my earlier colleagues in the Aisha group called Radhakrishnan Nair of HR has apparently worked together with him for some time, and I've only heard about him from a distance. So I'm so happy to have met him and interacted with him personally face to face today, and also with Advait. And by the way, I have received a LinkedIn kind of a connect. This thing from Advait on the side, and Advait, I'll respond to you. Like many of you, you and Kiran sir, I can't do more than one thing at a time, so therefore I have kept it for later. Would like to connect with both you and Kiran and see how I can kind of take kind of benefit of associating with you and today's platform to kind of contribute to whatever little we can going forward. One point I think, first of all, as I said, all presentations today were great. I think it was absolutely phenomenal to listen. Some of the presentations which I saw earlier during the regional rounds have only become that much sharper and that much better over a period of time. I could see it in composting. I could see it in the physiotherapy gadget that was talked about. And I think absolutely brilliant work. And as many speakers have said, that second year and third year people are doing this is phenomenal. In my days of growing up as an engineer, I couldn't even remotely imagine doing things. And one of the projects, for example, where we were we were talking about this thing about rural education, and I think there was this boy called what was his name? We were talking about augmented reality, for example, the speaker. So he was talking about rural things. I mean, I have grown up in an era in an institute called eYIC Srinagar, where we were worse than rural, actually, in terms of the education we got. So therefore, it's such a joy to be listening to these kids today, and I wish them all the best. I think they're not going leading their life in the best of times. We were lucky, and our lives are over more or less. They are living in very tough times. I wish them all the best, and I think the guidance, the hand-holding kind of stuff that Kiran is talking about is absolutely phenomenal. They should just grab with two arms as to whatever is being said. And I'm so happy that such things are happening and coming up. And Kiran sir, I would like to be associated with you and work with you in whatever way I can. I know your picture was kind of going in circles a little while ago, but I would like to stay associated with you and for our future contact. So last of all,
certainly, Ramesh, certainly, yeah.
Thank you so much. First of all, a question for Lohit. Lohit, once again, I'm a little technology challenged. I don't know where I will receive those forms. Oops, can you just mail them separately to me so that I can fill them up and keep the promise of reaching them to you tonight? Those 7 forms for 7 teams on those parameters that you have listed.
Sure, I'll do that.
Thanks, Lohit. In the very end, a very warm welcome to Captain Raghuraman, who has been a long-standing friend. And yes, we haven't been in touch for years, but I think it's always been a pleasure listening to his TED Talks and so on. So I'm looking forward to listening to him today. And Kabir, last but not the least, thank you very much to you. You've been the brain behind this. You've been an organizer for this. It's only getting each day that you did not COVID and so on as a challenge, and actually, dared to launch this finals in this COVID time itself is commendable. Obviously, I think I'm not exaggerating. I'm saying this, and I've told you yes for phone. I love to be connected with such things. So please, you can count on me anytime for whatever little 2 pence I can bring to the table. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Romesh. Lohit, please make note, Romesh sir is coming as jury member tomorrow. And Romesh,
yes, I think, but he's not going to evaluate, I guess. That's what he said.
He's going to evaluate also. And Romesh, better sort out your bandwidth connection, because your bandwidth is...
I'm not in a good bandwidth today, but tomorrow will be better in my own, high-speed network at my Gurgaon home. Today I am in my in-laws' place, which is not very good.
Okay, very good. Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank our eminent jury and good friends for the amount of quality time they've spent with us. And just by being with us these few days, I'm sure the youngsters here and their faculty who are here listening to this can witness their commitment to making a difference, to helping bring all you guys up with us, and to do something really cool with our lives. And you guys are in a very interesting world, a world which is very different and very unpredictable world, and it needs all the help that we can bring to it. And I'm delighted that we have friends like this who are willing to invest their time. And as far as what we are getting into in life with all this COVID and things happening in China on the borders and stuff like that, what better person to bring home to us the uncertainties of the world that exists out there, and what kind of attitude do you need to deal with it. So with that, it very elegantly lets us into the next part of our program. I'd like to thank the juries here and bring on now another speaker, Captain Raghuraman. Jury,
Sir,
if you have the time.
Sir, I have a quick announcement to make before the talk.
Yes.
So I request we are going to open up polls for viewers' choice. This poll will be open for 5 minutes. It's a Google form. So YouTube and WebEx, please vote now. Okay. Thanks. Yes, sir. You can continue.
Yeah. So, Kiran, I have stopped believing in coincidences anymore. The way people are coming into the sampark of e-Yantra, right, is not a coincidence. The way you have come in, Advait has come in, Romesh, and then this whole thing about Raghu also being connected in some way. I'm delighted that I had contacted him just over, I think, a couple of weeks or just over a week ago, and he was delighted, saying that, well, if it's for students, I'm there, and that kind of feeling is wonderful to experience. So, without much ado, I'd like him to unmute his video while I introduce him. So we have somebody here I had met without him knowing it in about 2007 when I spent a stint with Mahindra and Mahindra. So Captain Raghuraman, he is someone who's come from different worlds. In fact, they say na ghat ghat ka pani piya hai. He's operated in the armed forces. That's where he was originally trained, and I think that's been the most influential part of his life because he talks about everything with a kind of martial metaphor. And then he came to the corporate world, the very incentive-driven style of corporates, you know, where money drives you. In the armed forces, it's something else that drives you. He's worked with Mahindra and Mahindra. He managed Mahindra SSL, which was a security company, and he worked with Reliance. He's also worked with the government. I think it was NatGrid or some other project where he worked with both people from procedural tradition, which is bureaucrats, along with corporates. So he's worked in a mixed marriage kind of mode also. He's founded and led companies as well as complex global JVs and so on. He's been deliberating about leadership and strategy and entrepreneurship for a long time. It's only recently that when I came across YouTube TED Talk of his that I realized that he's pretty effective as a speaker. So he's been a strategic advisor to various national and global level leaders and a TEDx and Josh speaker. He's come on in the papers in HT, in Mint, Wired, and stuff like that. What was surprising is that his talks have been watched about 8 million times, and they've been used as case studies in various schools of business and stuff like that. He's also associated with various schools of business, including National Defense, Indian School of Business, and so on. Also with National Defense College, Army War College, and Indian Institute of Public Administration. So he's used to speaking, and he's also got lots of clients from amongst the biggies of the corporate world. And I think he's also written a book called Every Man's War, which has been endorsed by a lot of people. So without much ado, let me bring on board Captain Raghuraman. If you can just unmute your video, take the floor, and sir.
Can you hear me? I have unmuted from here.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thanks a ton. So firstly, Kavi, thanks a ton for this opportunity to meet with old friends. Kiran was being very modest when he says that he was on my board. He was when I was heading Automart India. Those days it was called Automart India. It's now called First Choice. When I was the CEO, he was on my board, and he had assisted me quite a bit during those eras when he was with MBT those days. And of course, Romesh is also an old friend, and I do remember meeting you in Mahindra Towers. Now that you mention, when I see the face, I remember. So, thanks a ton for this opportunity. And you're right, in some sense, I've had a fairly unusual career. I spent about 12 years in the armed forces, which is a fairly autocratic style of management. Spent 16 years now, if I include my Mahindra and my Reliance stint together with corporates in different sectors, IT, consulting, defense. And I've also spent 5 years in the government as a bureaucrat. So a lot of my friends like Romesh ask me sometimes, which one of these three careers was the most difficult one? So often I tell them I don't have the answer to that one, but I can tell you the easiest one was the army. Because Kavi, you were talking about, because in the army, at least you know which side your enemy is. In the remaining two areas, mushkil hai batana ki dushman hai kahan. So what I thought, if I'm going to be speaking to young students who are obviously belonging to a very minor, sort of 0.0001% of India's maybe population, and in many ways, the situation we are in this country and in the world altogether is kind of going to be their responsibility, or even if not responsibility, they are the ones who are going to suffer it. I thought I'll synopsize my experience of almost 35 years in various different, and these aren't necessarily my experiences. Sometimes I've been a fly on the wall and seen someone else do it. But I think if I share, my idea was to share some of those elements, and I just have a presentation. This is more for my, sort of sake. So I'm just putting it. I hope you can see that. Can you see that slide?
Instantly, Raghu, are you okay being interrupted by questions on chat? Do you want
What I recommend is that if you just let me finish, I'll speak for maybe about 20-25 minutes, and after that, if you ask the questions, for two reasons. One is in the chat, usually it'll distract me if I'm in the middle of something, because I won't know whether it's an administrative chat or a question chat. Okay. And the second is maybe the question that somebody has will get answered if they just stayed on till the end of the presentation. So it might be better. So anyway, I basically want to just very quickly take you through this. Basically, what do we think is happening right now, whether it's this paradigm or any other paradigm shift that is happening? Arguably, this is so. By the way, I kind of took a sabbatical last year in May. And when this crisis started, when this chaos started, I was actually, sort of pulled out from that sabbatical, and I was consulting with a lot of organizations with whom I had worked in the past, including the government. And very clearly, even when we put the combined experience of several scores of us, I belong to a couple of organizations, job is to basically respond in these questions. Everyone admits that this is a paradigm shift, because people don't even know whether there is an end date. There's not like a solar eclipse or a tsunami that one day it'll end, and after things will limp back to normal. You don't know whether there's going to be a normal with a pandemic. This is the only pandemic, or we will have waves of it. So very clearly, we are going through a paradigm shift. I want to also talk about some first principles that we need to think about. I'll give you an example from a university that I think you will correlate with. Also, a framework that might help in leading, and especially leading entrepreneurship, which is principally one of the main things that young students like yourselves would probably be interested in. And I'll talk about the Stockdale paradox if we have some time towards the end. We will discuss about that. So very clearly, the world wasn't very easy to live in earlier as well. I mean, even before the pandemic happened, it wasn't a very happy place to live in. It was volatile, it was complex, ambiguous, uncertain. All of those things were happening. But this present situation is actually different in a few ways, and I just want to talk about those differences here. Firstly, it's a very nice acronym, RUPT. The RUPT, by the way, is not a new acronym. It was coined about 2 years ago, and it kind of reflected the zeitgeist of what's happening right now. I think really, really optimally, because the R in, by the way, RUPT is a Latin root for the word erupt. Erupt means to break, or to rebuild. So erupt, interrupt, these are all the root of the same word, RUPT. But here we are using it as an acronym. And R in the RUPT stands for rapid. So on the 8th of March, I was in Goa, and I was there with an IT company, a global IT company. And when I was in Goa, the MD of that company told me that I've got all my leaders here together for the first time after many, many years. I've got them all together here. And except the leaders from 2 countries have not been able to make it. From China and Japan, some of my leaders have not come because there's some sickness is there, some fever or some viral fever is going on there. This was the 8th of March when this pandemic seemed to be at the other end of the world, which is so far away. I mean, you read this small news item that 50 people have died of pneumonia in some unknown island, and it seemed that far away. And that was the 8th of March. And in less than 2 weeks time after that, how it pretty much locked down every individual. Many of the individuals were completely locked down because of that. The second, of course, you remain so uncertain. It was always uncertain earlier. It's uncertain even now. But in many ways, the situation has now become paradoxical. What does that mean? In good old days, the decisions used to be between a right and a wrong. You could take a decision between one right and one wrong. And worst case scenario, you had a decision which was between one right and another right. Now, most of the decisions that we have to take is between one wrong and another wrong. A classic example is the lockdown. If you do a lockdown, it prevents the spread of the disease, but it also creates a huge problem in terms of migrant labor and starvation and food crop. And so every decision that you take seems to have a second order and a third order and a fourth order implication. So it's almost like you think that I will do this to solve this problem, but the solution creates a problem which is much bigger than the solution. And that is the nature of the environment as we go ahead. And the last piece is, of course, Tangle. And I think a best way to illustrate that is in the beginning of this lockdown, I was part of a committee which was responsible for also figuring out which would be the essential services. And of course, when we were trying to figure that out, it came to us how tangled the world has become today. So, for example, communication, as you can imagine, was definitely pinned down as a essential service. There is no doubt about it. Essential service had to be. Kiran is leaving. Essential service communication has to be part of that. There is no debate on that. At the same time, if you have to have communication, you need these towers. There are more than 3 lakh towers, mobile towers. They need to be serviced. Somebody has to climb them, climb on top of them, change the radio routers, replace the modems, refill the diesel. And that has to be done by people who have to then, be allowed essential services passes. So these are young engineers. Many are like yourself, maybe not from the same prestigious kind of universities, but they are like yourself who have just got their graduation, they got a degree, and now they are basically going around servicing. But they don't have places to stay because the hostels where they stay, the restaurant from where they eat, all of that has been closed. So suddenly you realize life doesn't operate in green, orange, and yellow. Life is tangled. There is no such thing as a green zone in life because every zone goes through each other. So it is a very tangled kind of a situation. So these are nuances which are very peculiar to the situation we are in right now. And what does that do? What does a volatile situation like that do? Here are a couple of examples, but there are hundreds of them actually. But you see some of these examples where a company called Zoom that I had not heard of. I confess to you, I knew about Skype, I knew Cisco Telepresence, WebEx. I hadn't heard of a company called Zoom, which is currently valued more than the top 7 airlines put together. And of course, the airlines valuation is also going down. So probably it'll be more than that by several times now. And WeWork, an organization which everyone talked about, and especially which was a favorite among entrepreneurs. They had it in their dictionary that as soon as they graduate from their colleges or B schools, they'll go to a WeWork and set up their first startup and stuff like that. billion dollar dreams. That one, that company dropped in value, became less than 1/3 in a matter of a couple of months. So very clearly, this is the way the world is changing. And actually, there's a very interesting article in Financial Times, which you might want to read, just came out a couple of days ago, a month ago, in which they basically talk about the 100 companies who have benefited extraordinarily because of the pandemic. So not because the companies per se, I mean, that's not the reason why you should read that, but you should read it to see how an entirely new genre of opportunities is coming up. And that's one of the great things about a paradigm shift, that whenever paradigm shifts take place, whenever there is an environment of chaos around us, that is the time that innovation actually is the maximum. This pandemic has been compared with the World War, the First World War and the Second World War several times. Several global leaders have compared it. But what they might have not understood or not realized, that one of the most startling comparisons, which is in your favor, at least the discipline that you've chosen, this is also an era of the maximum innovation and enterprise. Most inventions that we are used to right now in terms of technology, rocket, space, computers, internet, they all originated during the Second World War. It was during chaos and during conflict that most of the innovation is required and asked for, because many things change. The user behavior, people's acceptance of technology changes. Like, for example, there are millions of people all over the world right now who were earlier very, very wary of using the internet to buy stuff, even though they could buy it. They had the credit card, they had the internet access, but they were not comfortable. Thought, how can I buy a shirt without actually wearing it and checking it out? Millions of those people have now been forced to adopt internet online transactions and all, and they're not going to go back. They're not going to go back simply because now you can go back to a mall, because this individual who has now realized the convenience of online behavior. So many fundamental changes will take place, and that is why it's a great opportunity. It's a great sort of occasion to be a person who's beginning their career or who's beginning their entrepreneurship. But it's also a point in time when you need to possibly go back into first principles, because when everything changes, and I'll talk about that as to why The map is not the territory. You remember that phrase. I'll come back to it. But when everything changes, it's a good idea to go back to first principles and begin from there. And I want to show you an experiment that was done by a professor in Stanford. Very interesting experiment. I think we'll all correlate with it. If I conducted the same experiment with you, I've actually done it in a couple of B schools in India, and I think the results are more or less the same. This is about teaching people the importance of going back to first principles thinking. So what the professor did was she told her students, much like yourselves, that you're going to get $20 of seed money and you will get 2 hours of time. And in the 2 hours of time, using that $20 of seed money, you have to create as much of money as possible. I mean, you have to have a business idea that will create as much of money as possible. And then you will get 10 minutes to go and present this business idea in front of the entire alumni of the Stanford Business School. Now, as you might imagine, many people would immediately start thinking in terms of, okay, so what can we buy with $20? We'll buy lemons, we'll make lemonades, we'll buy eggs, we'll make omelets, and the Indian version of that, this $20 becomes 2,000 rupees. So there's samosa, we'll make samosa, we'll make momo. I mean, there's only so much that you can do in 2 hours of time. But a small minority of the students realizes that this $20 is actually a red herring. It's something that is taking away your attention and limiting your thinking, because you could actually use those 2 hours and make reservations in restaurants, make reservations in very popular, not now, earlier before this COVID happened, make reservations in very popular restaurants and auction those reservations as and when the date came along. And there you are not limited by any seed money. There is no limitation of the money. It's only a limitation of the 2 hours. But the really bright and out-of-the-box thinking students amongst the group realize that they actually have 3 resources, not 2. They have these $20, they have 2 hours of time, and they also have 10 minutes in front of the Stanford students' body. And that 10 minutes in front of the entire student body of Stanford was worth much, much more than several $1,000s for companies who wanted to come and make a pitch to Stanford students. And therefore, those students sold that 10-minute slot, thereby making the most amount of money. Now, the point that professor was trying to illustrate, and the reason why I've taken this example, is that during paradigm shifts, it's a good idea to go back into first principles thinking and actually to take a relook and say, this product or this idea that I'm taking to the market, is it relevant in today's world or was it relevant in yesterday's world? Am I just trying to take what was relevant in the world before and superimpose it here, thinking that it will be of great value? So there are certain principles, like I said, I want to share with you. These are more out of experiences that I've gone through myself, and I'll try and illustrate those principles with certain anecdotes, which will hopefully register them. The first one of them, which I think we need to all understand, is that the map is not the territory. What do you mean by that? We run the world. We look at the world in maps. So, for example, if you have to go for the first time to London and you are going to travel on a London tube, or you're going to travel in the Delhi metro, or even in the Mumbai station, you need a map to do that. So if you're traveling in a tube, you need a map to tell you which line to take, which station to get down, which station to get on. And that map works really well inside the tube. But once you come out of the tube and you're on main ground, there the map has no relevance. It has completely no relevance, because the map was good for navigating within the tube, but the map is not designed to navigate in the city. The stations aren't in the same line. The distances between the station and the alignment is not what it is there in the map, because in the map, you just need to get into the tube. Whereas on the street, that map is completely different. Your education is a bit like that. Your education is a map designed to teach you the needs of a society whose needs were decided about 3 or 4 decades ago. 3 or 4 decades ago, it was decided that we need so many engineers, we need so many computer engineers, so many mechanical engineers, so many carpenters, so many chartered accountants, and this is how the youth who are graduating, and we will train them. And of course, there'll be some semblance of choice. But in the end, these were all training given for professions that may or may not exist in the future, and definitely for capabilities that will be required. There is no training that has been given, because those capabilities could not have been envisaged. So I think it's extremely important for all of us who are studying, whether we are in 3rd year, 4th year, or graduated or going to graduate, to know that our education is only a general line of direction. It is not detailed instructions. And if you start thinking that they are detailed instructions, very often you will go wrong, because you will be trying to navigate a subterranean world with a subterranean map. It will not work. So you need to be aware of that. I know that typically in the second, third year, not so much nowadays, I'm sure, because of the downturn, but it was almost fashionable to want to become an entrepreneur. I've been on many panels which evaluate the business ideas, and frankly, I was also both in my avatars in Mahindra and in Reliance. I used to be part of that committee which would look at funding new businesses, and I've participated in many of these beauty pageants, in some sense, where people will come and make their pitch and all of that. I think we must remember the intent is to be entrepreneurial, not to become an entrepreneur. You can be in a regular 9 to 5 job in a global MNC, and you can be entrepreneurial there as well. Entrepreneurial is a state of mind. It's got nothing to do with whether whether you call yourself an entrepreneur. So for those entrepreneurs who think I want to be an entrepreneur because I don't want to work for anyone, let me give you advice, and this is a reality which you will learn very quickly, that you will work for someone all the time, even if it's your customers, it's your angel investors, it's your funders, it's your suppliers. You will work for somebody all the time. So get that notion out of the head that if I become an entrepreneur, I will not have to work for someone. Similarly, people who have got a 9 to 5 job, if they think that they have just joined a company and now the company will sort of keep taking them higher, that's also not true. You need to be very, very entrepreneurial, whether you are in an entrepreneurship environment or creating a company, or whether you are in a stable organization, but you have to navigate within that organization. Entrepreneurship is a state of mind. It is not a state of activity of what you do. I can give you several examples. So I am mostly a self-taught person. I haven't had the opportunity to study an MBA formally or study an engineering formally during my education. I studied commerce and I joined the army after that. Of course, I did many other interventions. Matter of fact, Romesh and I did a course together as well many years ago. I don't know whether he remembers, but the point is that many years ago, when I was working in a company called Mahindra Consulting, I was heading a small unit there called Mahindra Special Services Group. It was a unit on information security consulting. Now, what happened was that we had a head of corporate communication who was printing a brochure for the IT company. And because we had to participate in NASCOM or one of these events, so we had to send our brochures there. So when these brochures were being made, she asked all the people, all the practice heads in the company, to give a short paragraph about what their company or what their division does. And when we wrote that, all of us wrote it. I wrote mine. I was very passionate about it. It was a new startup, so I kind of wrote a draft, rewrote it, looked at it 5-6 times, had it looked by several people, and tried and put my best effort there. And that came in the brochure, and then the brochure's proof was sent for everyone to check whether their paragraph was okay. And when I read my paragraph, I found 1 or 2 mistakes. I corrected them. But when I read the paragraphs on top and the paragraphs in the bottom, I found a few mistakes there as well. And it was not just spelling mistakes, but also the kind of writing, the style of writing. It wasn't really, each paragraph was starting with the same line, and we also do, and we also, it wasn't just good reading. So I kind of fixed that. I fixed that. It wasn't my job, but I fixed that. And I forgot about it. The whole incident. I forgot about it. So next year, what happens is that we have to again reprint those brochures. But this year, that head of Corpcom, she's left and she's joined another company. So she's not there anymore. And the printer, when he came to the CEO and he spoke to the CEO and he said, listen, there was one guy, there was one captain who was helping us out last time. And I was called and said, hey, can you take on this entire thing about marketing communication? And I sort of accepted that. Now, many years later, I was asked by somebody that, where did you learn marketing? Where did you learn this, advertising and all of that? I actually didn't learn it. I learned it. It came my way because I tried to be entrepreneurial, even in an organization, and try to take on work and responsibility that was, strictly speaking, not mine. And I think that mindset is the mindset that you need to cultivate, not being labeled as an entrepreneur or a CEO of a small startup. I don't think that is the key. The key is to have an entrepreneurial mindset, regardless of where you are, whether you are in a entrepreneurial network or the next advice I'll give you is to choose your team very, very carefully. I think this is advice that is valid not just for a young startup, it is valid for your entire journey. And much of this advice is also, I'm trying to sound off a major risk that happens for young teams who get together to do a project. The projects do very well, the teams do very well up to the time real money comes in. When real money comes into the team, then you'll suddenly start seeing many differences appear. Because when you're playing for no stakes, it's okay, everyone can be friends. It's a bit like walking on a chalk line, which is drawn on a floor. But when you are playing for high stakes, when the first round of funding has come in, when you have taken major loans from your parents, when you have taken a lot of money from here, there, whatever, to start something, then it's like walking a tightrope tied between two buildings. Then it's not as easy as walking on a chalk on a floor. It becomes much more difficult. And that is why it's very, very important to choose your team members very carefully, which could be your partners, which could be your colleagues. And it's also important to have the moral courage at some point of time to realize that a member in the team is not adding value and to get rid of that member as soon as possible. Remember one thing, that one negative person in a team has more damage potential than 5 positive-minded people in the team. So it's very important that you choose your team members very carefully. This is an interesting point because I see this mistake being committed by a lot of entrepreneurs time and time again. Just because you have a great idea and you have a great product doesn't mean that the world needs it. Secondly, even if the world, according to you, needs it, the world, according to them, may not need it. I'll give you an example. This is an old story. You should read it in a book called Selling the Wheel. Jeffrey Fox, if I'm not wrong. Name of the author, Selling the Wheel. So this is a great story about a man who actually invents the wheel. And as you can imagine, wheel is one of the most important inventions ever to be invented, known as one of the greatest inventions of man. So our man, he invents the wheel. And after he invents the wheel, he has to look for where to sell it. And where else do you think? So the story is set in Egypt. So where else do you think he can sell it except where the pyramids are being made? Because there are thousands of people working there, tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of elephants, and all of this bricks and all of this. Imagine the pyramid site as it was working. So he goes there with the wheel and he looks around for someone who looks very important, and he sees a foreman, you know, the guy who's running, the overseer who's running the entire thing. And he goes up to him, he sits in corner, he does his calculation on a pad, works there throughout the whole day, market analysis, market scan, this, that, customer behavior. He does all of that. And in the end, he comes up to this foreman and says, you know what, I have done a calculation. And once you adopt my technology, which is the wheel, this 800,000 people that you have here, you can reduce it down to 100,000. And that 20,000 elephants that you have, you need only 500 elephants once you get this wheel. All friction will go away, everything will happen. Everything will be great. So what do you think happened to this inventor? It's contrary to what you are thinking, and throw that site. Now, you have to understand that if you go and tell an overseer that I am going to reduce your empire by bring it down to 1/10, and I'm going to take the assets that you have, the command and control that you have, and reduce it down to this much, it's very unlikely that you will be given much of an audience, or your idea will be given. So you have to understand that just because you have a great idea doesn't mean that the world owes you anything in that area. And very often I have noticed people who have got great ideas become very bitter because that idea is not being accepted by the people. And that could have many reasons, including the fact that it may not be such a great idea. Just because you have aggregated things that other people are not doing and put it into one container doesn't mean that it's a great idea. And even if it's a great idea, remember, the ideation is only part of the journey. There is a much longer journey in terms of taking that idea and actually making rubber hit the road. And you need to have the stamina to do that. One of the key ingredients of entrepreneurship is not the brain thumping ideation or the creative spirit that happens. It's sheer stamina. It's the sheer stamina to take that same idea, go to a decision maker after a decision maker after a decision maker, get rejected again and again and again before you succeed. That is true for some of the most brilliant authors in the world. You're aware that J.K. Rowling's book Harry Potter was rejected scores of times, dozens of times. She didn't change the story. Same story, it was the same idea, but she required the medicine, the stamina that was required to keep taking that hard medicine on a daily basis and still keep going back and hitting the ground. This is a story that was told to me by one of my professors in marketing, and it's a fascinating story. His name was Tirunarayana, Professor Tirunarayana. He was in IIM Bangalore, where I had done a short course, and that's the time when he had told us this story. So he told this story many years ago when he had gone to Frankfurt Airport. And in Frankfurt Airport, he was in the airport restaurant at dinner time. And he was a strict vegetarian, so total Brahmin, strict vegetarian and all that. So he was going to the buffet, and this is a good 20 years ago when vegetarian options were not very prevalent in Europe. Now, of course, Europe has gone completely vegan and all of that. But those days, it was very tough to find anything, any dish in a buffet which did not have at least an egg or something like that. So our man was looking around there and trying to figure out which was what. And suddenly, an old man, kind of a head waiter kind of a person, an old person, he came close to him and he asked him, "Can I help you?" And he said, "Yeah, I'm looking for something vegetarian." So the guy helped him out. And anyway, so our man, the professor, went and sat down, and he was really happy. So what happened is that because he was so happy, he called the captain of the restaurant and he told him, "I want to compliment this gentleman, this waiter of yours. And he's an amazing worker because he recognized that I was not feeling, comfortable, and he came up to me and all of that." So that captain, or the owner of the restaurant rather, he told him a very interesting anecdote. He said that he doesn't work anymore. He used to work here. He's retired now. So what we do is we call him in the evening. And for about 3 or 4 hours, he's here, and we pay him a fraction of the money that he used to get. And he also doesn't need the money. He just comes over here, he takes that little bit of money, and he, has a drink and all of that with his friends at the end of it. So he needs something to do, so he comes over here every evening. And he says that we don't need that much of manpower. You see, what happens is in the morning, it's an airport hotel. So morning breakfast, everyone can handle. It's coffee, croissants, eggs, whatever, you self-service. Afternoon, nobody comes in an airport restaurant because everyone is out. Dinner, we need more staff. So there's no point in hiring staff only for dinner. So what we have done is we have called a couple of old people like him who used to work over here, and they are working with us for about 1/4 of our salary, or 1/4 of their salaries, and everyone is happy. Now, Professor Tirunarayana actually brought out a very important business lesson here, and I think this is what we need to sort of pay closer attention to. He said that if you find a way to satisfy a customer's unarticulated ask, the unarticulated ask of a customer, you find a way to satisfy that in a cost-effective manner, and you've got a killer product. Now, think about that sentence very, very carefully, and I use this frame to help a lot of entrepreneurs think about whether they have really arrived at a great business idea. Let me repeat that for you. Find a way to satisfy the unarticulated demand of the customer. So here the customer was not asking anyone that I need vegetarian stuff. He was just looking there and he was seeming to be puzzled and taking a lot of time in the buffet. Unarticulated ask of a customer, that waiter or the erstwhile waiter, he recognizes that, comes to him, satisfied that, and obviously it is done at 1/4 the compensation. So finding a way to meet the unarticulated demand of a customer in a cost-effective manner. If your business idea satisfies this one line's condition, then it is a good idea. So you need to think about it from that perspective. This point I want to talk about, this is a company, again, I was a fly on the wall, which saw this company grow. And this happened in the year 2000, when the 20 years ago .com bubble was just taking off at that point of time. So there were 2 young men who had come from Harvard. They were Harvard graduates. They came from the US. They were working for Goldman Sachs. And they came over here with an intention of creating a general purpose website, like a Rediff. So that time Rediff was already there and Yahoo was already there. And there was a third one called INDYA, Indie.com, that was also going to be launched. And this one would have been the 4th one. So when these 2 young people were sitting, and this time I remember this was in Mahindra's, because they were coming to take advice from Mr. Anand Mahindra and my boss at that time, Mr. Ullas Yargop, because they were both ex-Harvard. And there was an investor there. I don't want to name the investor, but the investor kind of said, you know what, there is a Rediff, there is another site, there is another site. You are going to be the 4th one. But there is really no auction site. So why don't you guys make an auction site? And these 2 gentlemen went on to make Bazi, which was the only auction site at that point of time. Of course, later on, there was another one called Bid or Buy. But they occupied a space which was completely empty, and they created a niche over there. And finally, they were acquired by eBay. They became one of the only success stories of the 2000 bubble. The point I'm making over here is that though they came with an intention to make a general purpose website, when they realized that the market is crowded in that space and they need to do something else, they had a general line of direction that we are going to use our business savvy, our understanding of the digital space, our understanding of business models to make money in the .com space. But they were not married to that idea. Ki main to general purpose site hi banaunga, I will not make. That is not a determination, that is stupidity. So I think we need to know, as entrepreneurs, we need to have a North Star, but we need to be constantly flexible. And the distinction of what is flexibility and what is adamancy is something that basically separates a good leader from not so good leaders. You must also have, I think this is one of the most important lessons I can share with you, that you must have the intellectual humility to learn and relearn. And I can give you hundreds of examples here. I'll quote 2 examples. One example is a story which is 20 years ago. One of my friends, he was an IAS officer, civil servant, and he was at that point of time posted in a place called Ambalapura, which is in Kerala district, Kerala state. And this district is a district which is usually full of fishermen. The local trade is fishing, and these fishermen, they go out into the high seas. So they go out very early in the morning. Sometimes they stay overnight and then they come back with fish. So my friend, he had some surplus money left in that year's budget, and he bought GPSs for them. So at that point of time, a GPS was a completely new device. People did not know. The fishermen were trying to work out what it is, and eventually they figured it out. Now my friend, educated IAS officer, he forgot that these fishermen were the progeny of thousands of years of fishing folk. They had descended from fishermen, great-grandfather, the great-great-grand. They didn't need a bloody GPS to come back. And they could look at the clouds, they could look at the bird, they could sense that which is the direction to go back. So it was a complete waste of money, or so we thought. But here is what the fishermen started doing. They would go to the fish market. They would take all the rotting vegetables, the rotting fish, this, that, all the garbage there. They would stuff it into gunny sacks. They would carry the gunny sacks in their boats, take it to the high sea, and they would dump it in a place and mark that spot with a GPS. And the next day when they would come back, they would find the place teeming with fish attracted by this garbage. So my educated friend gave them GPSs to come back home, and my illiterate statespeople, they use that GPS to go out into the sea. So many times we may have this intellectual arrogance that, so one of the inductions that I used to do in Reliance used to be for young management trainees who would join Reliance. There would be about 200, 250 of them at any one batch. And I would ask them a question that I'm going to ask all of you. Usually I would ask them this question at about 1:30 in the afternoon. And I'll tell you the reason for that. But I was to ask them this question, that why is it that in India, the cheaper mobile phones have dual SIM? I mean, it seems counterintuitive, right? So a poorer person doesn't have 2 motorcycles. He doesn't have 2 TVs. He doesn't have, but why would he have dual SIM? Why is it that the cheaper models of the phone, which are like 1,000 rupees, 900 rupees, they have dual SIM, but the expensive ones like Apple, 75,000, 1 lakh phone, they have only one SIM. So it doesn't make sense. It seems counterintuitive. And I say that you go out now for lunch, it's 1:30, go for lunch. And after you come back for lunch, and lunch you can form up whatever method you want, focus group, this, that, whatever, to figure out a way to solve this question. And after lunch, I ask them this answer to this question. I've done this about 5 or 6 times. And I can tell you that very rarely has someone come up with, because the question I ask them is that why do they have cheaper phones? Why do you have dual SIMs in cheaper phones? And you have to come back to me with the answer of a why and how you arrived at the why. So once in a while, some people will get the answer. And the answer to that is that India, incoming calls are free. So your maid servant, your rickshawala, your auto rickshaw guy, your massage guy, he has to give you one number that doesn't change. And that is the number that he or she gives you, which is that one fixed number. But the outgoing, they'll keep changing depending on which scheme. Jio gives them new scheme, Vodafone gives them. Now, that's the thing that is very unique in a developing country, and especially a country like India. Now, the second part of that question, if you remember, is I let them go at 1:30. And the reason why I let them go at 1:30 is not for them to form a focus group and to talk about it till cows come home. It is to basically go out and ask the housekeeping guys, to ask the security guy, to ask the waiter who serves them in the cafeteria, go and ask them that why do you have a phone which has a dual SIM? But I can tell you that out of the thousands of young engineers and management trainees I've seen, very rarely does anyone go and just ask the customer, why do you do that? They all try to put a focus group and try to touch their nose this way or that way. So I think we must have the humility to realize that while we may belong to 0.00001% of Indian humanity, there is just tons and tons of stuff that we don't know and we need to learn. The last point I want to talk about is basically optimistic people are lucky. This has been shown. Scientifically, it has been proven. What does that mean? It just means that when people have high morale, when they are looking for silver linings in any situations, then they will by definition see opportunities where our others will see threats. And this is a quality not just required in entrepreneurs. It is a quality required in all leaders. Leaders' job is to be able to inspire. The leader's job is to be able to look at a gloomy situation. Leaders are required only in tough situation. If the situation is good, market is booming up, customers are snapping up your products, companies are hiring like there's no tomorrow, that time manager can do the job, an Excel sheet can do the job. A leader is actually required when there is doom, when the markets are down, when it seems like there is no light at the end of the tunnel, when there's another tunnel at the end of the tunnel. It's in that kind of environment that inspirational leadership is actually required. So the next time you think that when the situation is good and I am calm and fine, then I'm okay. But when the situation goes, kaput, that time I'm not a good leader. That is the time where actually that good leadership is really required. So I've come to the end of my sort of 7 pieces of advice. I'll be happy to try and answer any questions if you have. Now you can either shoot me your questions if someone is curating those questions, either which ways I'm looking forward to the questions, or you can even, if you don't have the time, you can shoot me an email or send me a DM in Twitter and I'll try and answer those questions. Back to you, Kavi.
Yeah, so if you unmute, if you get out of presentation mode and get into your self mode.
There I am in my self mode.
This is wonderful to hear, because these are things that I've very deeply believed in for a long time. I say it with my team also. I have a team of 35 who work on the project, who work exactly like that. And it's a dream working in this kind of mode, because when you empower people and you take responsibilities for screw ups and let them kind of try their best at whatever you do, it kind of creates magic. And that's something that we in India at least need to learn, because we are very patriarchal and we are very hierarchical.
No, so there are a few reasons for that. I mean, after all, we have an education system that teaches our students that first cover the answer sheet like this and then write your answer. And 15 years later, we tell them, now you collaborate. So obviously, when the training has been that you should hide your creation before you create it, and 15 years later you are. So I think there's a generation that has been brought up in a mindset of frugality. And I think we need to convert them into a mindset of abundance, because happiness, abundance is a state of mindset. It's a state of mind. It's not a state of the environment around you. And I think a lot of us, India is a country where a lot of people, poor people are trying to go up one class, middle class are trying to go up one more class. In that environment of frugality, everything becomes frugal thinking. And to a certain extent, even sharing of credit, it becomes very, people become stingy in that, because that is also seen as a resource.
One more thing is, 2 points I'd like to make here is that you're absolutely spot on when you say satisfying the customer's unarticulated need. That's what it's really all about. If someone needs to buy, and the bigger the need is, the bigger the market is, right? So that's absolutely spot on. There's so many, well, before I go on and on about these things, I'd like to hear what the audience says. Everybody is saying excellent talk, awesome talk, this, that, and the other. I'd like them to ask questions. Put the gentleman on the mat. He's waiting for that.
On the mat.
Yeah, put him on the mat. Yes.
Okay, I'm seeing. Is outsourcing your idea good? Is outsourcing? I didn't understand that. Are you asking is outsourcing good as an idea?
Is outsourcing good as an idea?
Well, actually, the jury is out, by the way. The jury is out on this because of 2-3 reasons. So that's why I said in a paradigm shift, a lot of people's core behaviors will change. So this whole share and gig economy, share economy of Olas and Ubers and all of that, ironically, after the downturn has ended, one industries which was not expected to do well, but which is doing exceedingly well, is the automotive industry. Because a lot of people realize during this lockdown कि एक गाड़ी तो अपना होना चाहिए भाई, छोटा गाड़ी भी हो लेकिन एक अपना होना चाहिए, because in a crisis like this, lockdown, lockdown and all that emergency, you have to take someone to the hospital, Ola shola नहीं आता है उसको. So suddenly from an outsourcing environment, I know conglomerates, by the way, major big companies, which are now seriously saying that this much of IT capacity we need to have in-house, because tomorrow if there's a lockdown and I am a geo and I need at that point of time major rework to be done in my IT systems, I can't be reaching out to SAP. SAP says that we have got our global policy, work from home, we can't do. So they need that integral resource. So you'll suddenly find that behaviors will change, and certain people will say, non-core activities can be outsourced, might just question, so what is non-core? If your data warehouse is not working, if your data center is in another city and that is not working because it's not integral with you, and the third party invokes a force majeure and says, what can we do? You're up a gumtree. So in these kind of environments, situations will change, and that is why you will see a lot of such changes happening as well. A lot of people who thought that they won't need a car are actually buying a car.
Okay, one interesting point here from Shantanu. He's saying that how do we differentiate between the idea that people may not require and the idea that needs more nurturing? So where do you decide that you're a J.K. Rowling's or you're a Mr. Nobody and keep on banging your head against the wall, basically, you know?
Well, there is obviously an easy answer to this and a difficult answer to this, and of course there are many cases. J.K. Rowling is not the only one, and one has to ask that what is the number at which I decide my book is not a good book? Is it 37? Because J.K. Rowling was rejected 37 times, and there are many authors who have been rejected 40 times, 45 times, or whatever. I'll tell you something. I think deep down in our heart, we always know whether it's the truth or not. Deep down, we know. Most of the cases, we know. I think most people also practice an art of deception called self-deception. So somewhere they know that this idea is not going to take off. Somewhere that young graduate classmate of yours knows that he's not going to clear the civil services. But he knows that studying for civil services will give him 2 to 3 years of free time. Nobody will harass him. So sometimes there is this whole thing about appearing to be busy doing a startup, that I just college and I'm doing a startup. It's a great idea. I'm going to sell tea, and if so many people are buying coffee, then tea they will definitely buy, and all that. So they'll go with the idea, and if they know, okay, somebody said J.K. Rowling was rejected not because the publishers did not like her story, but because she was a woman. That is one theory. But amongst her 47 people who rejected, there were many women also, and many men authors also. There's a similar story that they have been rejected. But I do take your point that yes, it was one of the reasons, and that's why she did not use her first name. She used her initial. So that is true. But I think deep down in your heart, and as we have a saying in the army, again, I go back to army because Kavi, I think it encompasses a lot of wisdom in a very simple place. So in the army, we have a saying, the Air Force has it actually. The Air Force says that we can make a donkey also fly a plane. That's not a challenge for us. But a person who has cleared the PABT is Pilot Aptitude Battery Test, the person who has cleared it will be able to make that person fly the plane the fastest. So it doesn't mean that because your idea has failed, you are not an entrepreneur. You are still an entrepreneur. Maybe it's an idea whose time has not come. Maybe it's a resource base that has not yet been thought through. A Bill Gates wouldn't have been a Bill Gates had he been born 5 years earlier or 5 years later. Many are aspects which are, you have to be there at the zeitgeist, and luck does play a fairly important part. But like any game of skill and luck, eventually the instances of luck will even out, and a more skillful player will beat the less skillful one. So I think the only control you have over is to make your skill really good, your competence good, your hard work better. Get a alliance of mentors around you, people who can discern, people who can believe in your ideas. And sometimes you have to take that cold call yourself. Some of the greatest entrepreneurs, I don't have to name them, they actually left the Harvard. They had the courage to say, I don't want to study anymore from one of the most prestigious schools in the world. That doesn't mean that every dropout from Harvard also did exceedingly well. You know about the 2 who did well, but you don't know about the hundreds who did not do well. So I think it's a part of that's the judgment call. There is no formulaic answer.
But I think you're also underplaying the importance of luck. I think luck plays a very important role. But from what you also said, this optimism is very important. So optimism is trying to give luck an opportunity to work on you.
I have actually found that, firstly, of course, there is no such thing as, that planets cannot influence your life, and, some people believe, I don't. But I do believe that it's a question of attitude. If you have an attitude which says that ho jayega, kar lenge, ho sakta hai. If you have an attitude which says that, when it says houseful, it doesn't mean it's houseful. There are always seats. When they say no funding, they have money. When they say no vacancy, there is always a vacancy. If you have that mindset, then invariably when you hear bad news also, you will look at it as a package and you'll say, okay, if this is a bad news, what else can I do? What can I do to, sort of maneuver through it? And I think that's why I believe I didn't say that luck has got I didn't underplay the value of luck, but I also want to put it in perspective that luck is not something that happens to you because you were born at a certain time under a certain planet. Luck is something that you make by having an attitude which says, "Chalo, theek hai, let me try this. Ye nahi ho raha, to let me try that. Let me try that." I mean, how many hundreds of your own relatives would be extremely successful people by accident? They took the right turn instead of the left turn. But that doesn't mean that when they took the left turn, they didn't work hard. They also worked hard in the left turn. And that is why they did exceedingly well in that career also. So I think that's the way to look at it.
By the way, the Janam Kundli bit I didn't talk about, huh? You brought it into the equation, right? But do you believe in the law of attraction?
I do believe in the law of attraction. I think it's a variant of attitude. If we tune our mind, I mean, there's a lot of scientific research to prove the power of placebos, which is nothing but a law of attraction, and a power of nocebo. Nocebo is the opposite of placebo, where you think if you're not done something, it will not be good. So if you have not cooked a biryani for 3 hours, then it will not be a good taste. That is a nocebo. That's a way of thinking negatively. So I think that is why the law of attraction works, because if we have an attitude which is positive, which is upbeat, which is, yeah, I can do this, this can happen. If it is happening, it's happening for the best. That actually does bring to you what you desire, because that's what you're looking out for.
So there must be lots of parallels that you've drawn from your training as a Martian person and situations you have in life. You must have read a lot of these books like Hagakure and all these tomes, right, about bringing up a samurai child and all these kind of things.
I mean, you show me any book in the world and I'll show you another bestseller which is complete opposite of that. So I don't think it's good to read these things, but frankly, I've seen more usage of military terms and military verbiology in the corporate sector than the army also. When I came to the corporate sector, all this bloody war room, containment, isolation, investment. I mean, the funny part is in the army, we play games and we train most of the time and go to war once in a while. In the corporate sector, we are fighting all the time and we have forgotten how to play. And play is a very important part of creativity. We are forgetting that. We forget that play, sleep, fun is an extremely important ingredient of creativity. Companies and organizations have actually lobotomized creativity by making all of these bad things. So if you're fooling around in the office, it's supposed to be a bad thing. If you are having fun, it's a bad thing. So I think somewhere we have also sort of deviated from good management principles deliberately. I mean, I'm doing a lot of studies now because I have the time on just the factor of sleep. And I realize how wrong we have been in our entire education system, where it is macho not to sleep. Where you say, "To yaar 3-4 ghante so ke aata hai, office every day he sleeps only 4 hours," and it's supposed to be macho. We don't say that for a colleague. Look at him, he comes drunk every day to office. Look at him, what a guy! Yaar. He keeps drinking every day. The person who doesn't sleep is worse than a person who's drinking. But we have this notion in our head that it's a very macho thing to do. I think a lot of these notions need to be understood and cleared. And if we do that, we'll find a lot of these things that we call as attraction or kundli and all. These are explanations for stuff that we don't understand.
So we have a question here, a provocative audience. Why did you leave the army if it's a great place like that?
No, so I of course didn't leave the army. I was seconded from the army to another institution, which is another institution that we don't talk about. And I moved from, to a certain extent, I had joined the army because I had, I mean, like any college kid, I had this whole dream about wearing a uniform, going out into the front, combat and all that. And I had, by that time, I had done 3 combat tenures. I had done Siachen, I had done Punjab, I had done a UN peacekeeper. And I knew that if I wanted to make a change, this was a good time to make it. And so I did. So it's unique circumstances. So it doesn't mean that the corporate sector was bad, or it doesn't mean that the bureaucracy 5 years were bad. Every place was great. Every career that I did was great, not just the army.
Very good. In fact, you've been extremely versatile in that sense. So there's a question here which says, sir, what are your views about the 24/7 hustle being advertised a lot by entrepreneurs on social media? Hey, Navjot, why don't you ask it yourself? Yeah, unmute your video, because at least Captain Raman will know that you're not bots and you're actual human beings out there. Yeah, unmute your video and ask her. Acha.
Yes, connectivity is.
Yeah.
I don't know what you mean by this hustle. What do you mean by that? Hustle meaning.
When people say connectivity issues, I don't know whether it means internet or whether banyan mein baithe hain.
Oh, keep working. Yeah. 24-hour hustle. Yeah. So I think it is obviously any startup. I have, by the way, been one, two, three, four, five startups. Which and one of them was NatGrid, by the way, which was also a startup. So of course, in startups you do have to work much harder, much more differently. I won't say harder because if you're in a steady state company, also you have to work very hard. It's not that. But in a startup, you have to constantly keep changing your direction. So think of a startup as a ready, fire, aim kind of a situation. So you get ready, you fire, and then you aim. So you have a general idea that I'm headed this way, and you have to keep on doing course corrections throughout the way. So that keeping on doing course corrections may seem like a lot of hustle. Whereas if you're a steady state organization, you develop your strategy for big strategy for maybe 3 to 5 years, and yearly strategy maybe once in a year. And rest of the time, you're just giving course corrections to a decided plan. Whereas in a startup, you might be doing major changes to the plan itself. So it does seem as if it is, but I doubt, I mean, I've been there myself. I've done those 18-hour days with lots of cups of coffee and working till 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock at night. Maybe it made me feel that I was working at that point of time. And I look back in hindsight and say, was I more effective? I really don't think so. Yes, I could have taken a call at 1 o'clock at night because that client was overseas and could have only at 1 o'clock at night. Yes, I can understand that. But I don't think this hustle is some recipe to success. It definitely is not. Some kid is having a.
Yeah, we're getting.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who it is, not able to find the person.
Okay. No, something that you said last is very important. Ready, fire, shoot, right? But I thought this entire talk is about organizations and individuals being in startup mode all the time now because there's no steady state anymore. And I thought that was perhaps the thesis of your talk because there is no steady state. Would you agree that? And that
there's a category confusion, Kavi, you're causing. I'm saying that you need to be entrepreneurial in your thinking. That is true. But when I say steady state companies, there are. We have cross connection with somebody else also wanting to share.
I think that is the cause because WebEx is not showing anyone's mic on. So it's a very mysterious thing that's happening.
Mute everyone. You can mute everyone and then unmute.
Yeah. I think it's now quite, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So so I think all companies, they fall into one of the four categories. They will either be steady state, and Apple is in a steady state, a Jio is a steady state company, Reliance Petroleum is a steady state company, or it will be a startup. Many of the companies that you and I know are of startups. NatGrid was a startup. Many other entities are a startup. Or it would be a realignment. Realignment means it's headed in a certain direction, but now Bajaj is a great example that Bajaj stops making scooters and starts making motorcycles. Huge realignment. Mahindra merges two sectors together. That's a realignment. Decides to carve out the IT entity and put that separately. That's a realignment. And then you have a turnaround where the situation is so bad that you actually need a CEO who will go there and turn around the company. So these are the four states in which companies are: startups, steady state, realignment, and turnarounds. And each one of them requires a different behavior set. If you are going into a startup, you can go much more about let me roll up my sleeves and participate in the strategy on a daily basis. If you're in a turnaround, you can start making some major changes from day one because your aim is to announce that there is a new sheriff in town. It's not really the change. But if you're in a steady state organization, you should spend about 6 to 8 months, maybe a year, just figuring out why things work in a certain way that they do, and then start making small course corrections to see where that takes you. So it's the state in which the organization is. It is not the state of mind in which you are. You can choose to be a very, very entrepreneurial person, even in a very staid bureaucracy like the government. There are many entrepreneurial Mr. Sridharan is a great example, who operated in the Indian railway system, which is a very rigid system, but did some amazing things. And of course, one might say that he was able to do the metro because he was given a free hand, but he knew how to take a free hand. There are so many IAS officers who don't get a free hand. He knew how to take that free hand. So that is also entrepreneurial thinking in an environment which may not be a startup, which may be a state organization. What is your view on Elon Musk as an entrepreneur? That's a bit like asking what is your view on Salman Khan as an actor. I think the point is that we often take people like if we say Elon Musk, so he must be a good father, he must be a good husband, he must be a good orator. He is an entrepreneur. He's one of the cheapest rockets in the world. He's created a company which has beaten Toyota in the valuation game. He's a great entrepreneur. Now, just developed one shampoo sachet like C.K. Ranganathan did and transformed the ability of people to use shampoo in India. Millions of people who could not dream of using shampoo started using shampoo because of a simple idea of putting it in sachet. He's a great entrepreneur. He doesn't need to do anything more than that. So I think in my books, Elon Musk, from where he's come and what he's achieved, he's a great entrepreneur. There's no doubt about it. Now, is he good on Twitter? Does he do other things and all that? That's, I mean, what relation does that have to entrepreneurship? It has no relationship to entrepreneurship.
There's a question here about what do you think about startups in the Indian defense space? Normally, we kind of, we are very wary about encouraging students in this space because breaking into that area is very, very difficult. But what's your experience been?
I would tend to agree with that. I think our defense space, and this comes from an experience not just of being in the army, but also running a defense company. I was the CEO of the JV with British Aerospace and Mahindra Defense Systems. See, the challenge in the Indian defense is a very complex one. I mean, it will take another 2-hour session to explain that, but I'll try and explain it very, very simply. The Indian government and the private sector has had a fairly adversarial relationship since the time of independence. Unlike the US or unlike UK or many of the other countries, because there, many of those governments, the new governments, were actually formed after the Second World War. And there were many individuals and many companies who took part in the Second World War who were now, sort of on the other side of the table. So, for instance, in the US, many US presidents were actually Marines who served in Vietnam or who served in the Second World War. So they had a much better understanding of defense. And the public-private partnership was a much, much more integrated system. In India, that hasn't been the case from the beginning. Secondly, the Indian defense procurement system, DIPP as it's called, it's a process which much more favors the bigger and the deeper pockets, because you have to do trials, you have to do robust prototyping, and all of that is virtually done on your own money. There are long gestation cycles, and government, whenever they try to buy, they do try to buy from large companies because of simple stability. I mean, if they give an order to a small entity and that entity disappears or goes down, it's a big problem. So these institutions are, I would say, a few decades behind, like many of our other institutions, and they are not really a very conducive environment. I know that some things are happening in the electronic space, in the radar, in the guidance systems, in algorithms, it's happening. But in manufacturing and all of that, we are still a long way to go. And quite frankly, I must tell you also that a lot of startups who bring stuff to the defense, they are bringing stuff which they think is very exciting, but I mean, 90% of them can be put in the bracket of a drone, a camouflage, a kind of a clothing, self-automated vehicle. These are the 17, 18 things which people keep on bringing again and again, not realizing that these are problems that have been solved in the 60s. So it's nothing new. I mean, like UAVs are nothing new. The UAVs are used in the Second World War. So I think it's a very difficult sector to get into, and it is also a sector which usually will be better off if you went in through a Mahindra or a Punj Lloyd or through a Tata, but first making Tata your customer and letting Tata do the heavy lifting with Indian Armed Forces. If you try to approach the Indian Armed Forces, you just won't even have the balance sheet to attract their attention as a youngster entrepreneur.
So there's someone here who's asking that he found the abundance mindset point interesting. I think it's an advice that everyone in India would agree with, where there's so much competition for resources.
Like I said, this abundance mindset is a mindset issue. It's not a resource issue. I can give you a couple of examples. I don't know who asked this question.
Oh, that was me. Yeah.
Who is that?
Unmute yourself.
Arjun.
Arjun. Okay.
Yeah.
How old are you, Arjun?
I'm 23.
23. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the thing is, 23 years ago, where are you right now?
I work with e-Yantra. Actually, I'm a part of the team, and I'm in Mumbai now.
You're in Mumbai. Okay. So why 20? About 15 years ago, if somebody told your father that in 15 years' time, there will be about 8 airlines operating in India, you can buy a phone from a pan ki dukan, literally a corner shop. And if you drop your credit card at a car, outlet, you can get a credit on the spot. He would have asked you what you have been drinking, because at that point of time, to get a phone connection, you needed to have somebody who had a heart attack or some problem at home. That was the waiting list. To get an airline ticket, you needed not only money, you needed a MP quota. That to get a ticket in an emergency, you needed an MP quota. So someone died in your family and your parents had to go home. Only one of them would fly by plane, the others would come by train. And to take money from your own DSOP, from your own provident fund, you had to lie to the government that there is a major catastrophe in my house, and you would have had to pay an interest on your own provident fund. Now, moving from that era to an era where you cannot imagine, not too long ago, about 10 years ago, corporates used to ration internet. You had certain times during the day when you could use the internet. There were only certain terminals you could, and there were certain sites you could, of course, now I'm not talking about pornography sites, even now they don't allow. But those days you couldn't even go to share trading site, or you couldn't do that. I mean, it was that kind of an environment. So what you're thinking are very constrained resources now. If you compare it what it was 10 years ago, you will not believe this if I told you that when I was working with Mahindra United World College, this was in Mulshi. And Kiran Deshpande, if he was there, he will tell you. This is near Pune. It's about 25 kilometers from Pune. Every weekend, I used to come from there to download software on a floppy disk from Pune. And I had to place the download for about 6 hours to get a 6 MB file, to get a 6 MB, plug on to play with, or a DLL as it used to be called, direct link library of Visual Basic. I had to wait for 6 hours for the drip to come. So definitely we are living in an era of abundance. It doesn't seem so for a lot of Indians, but you are definitely living in an era of abundance compared to what you had a few years ago. But that's not the abundance I'm talking about. I'm talking about a mindset of abundance. You will realize this very quickly. I'm sure some of the elders in this group know this, that financial resources and material resources have no connection with happiness. So if anyone is thinking that people who are living in Dharavi, who are inside a constrained environment, and they're unhappy because of that, and those who are thinking that just because someone lives in Worli Seaface, they are happy, that is also not true. So abundance is a state of mind. Abundance is a state which says, hey, listen, we can accommodate one more guy. It doesn't matter. Thoda sa khasko yaar, we can. Abundance is the state of mind which enables slum dwellers to come to the highway and pull out the women from the cars and ask them to use their toilets during the Mumbai floods. So that poor person in the slum doesn't feel कि अरे मेरे संडास को कोई use कर लेगा तो उसमें तो पानी खत्म हो जाएगा. They say we are abundant. It's okay. No problem. Somebody can come and use. Now a person who's living in Worli Seaface may not do that. They may not do that even for a cop who's standing outside. To my mind, that person is a poor person. He doesn't have resources, because if a person doesn't have resources to give, that person is a poor person. No. A person who has resources to give is a person who has abundance. It doesn't matter what is their absolute quantum that they have. So you would rather be with a friend who has only 50 rupees, but is happy to spend that 50 rupees with you, than a friend who has got $5 million, but doesn't want to spend even $1 with you. So it's a state of mind. It doesn't have anything to do with material resources.
In fact, I asked the question because I completely agree with it, and when I tell people, I get this question usually back. So I
Don't
thought,
bother telling. Don't bother telling people. No, this is not something that you can tell people. This is something that people have to experience.
Right.
Right. So Professor Kriti here is asking a question. In your opinion, is there any entrepreneurial activity in the education sector?
I think education sector, there's huge activity, not just now, it's been happening for quite some years. And I think it'll be one of the areas which just lends it to maximum innovation. And a huge amount of entrepreneurs are coming into that space, vernacular education, mini educations, all of that stuff. So I think it has huge potential for 2 or 3 reasons. One is our education system is totally screwed up and it's completely outdated. I mean, I honestly speaking, I would say that it takes 5 years to produce an engineer or 7 years to produce a functional doctor. I don't think the world has that kind of time anymore. I think we will have to relook at all our syllabuses. We'll have to relook at how do we produce a good electrical or a communication engineer in 6 months' time, 9 months' time, who's then constantly learning on the job thereafter. So I think we will have to relook at the entire education system, which is a great news because it's like anything, like the health system. The health system had to undergo major reforms. Earlier, people used to do bloodletting. The doctors wouldn't wash their instruments. They wouldn't wash their hands. And then a renaissance came into the medical sector and it improved. Same thing happened in the airline sector. Planes used to crash a lot more and then it became safer, ergonomics and all of that. Similarly, in the education system, it's a system whose time is over and major changes need to be done. They will happen. If they don't happen by the government or by the institution, they will happen because of private entities who will start doing it, and they are doing it already.
Okay, wonderful. There's this one guy who's pointing out here, sir, your Wikipedia page is having some wrong information, so you might.
Yeah. In my Wikipedia page, I'm dead, but that's okay. I don't need a Wikipedia page to tell me whether I'm alive or not. So it's okay.
Excellent. Raghu, we won't keep you too long because you spent a
Thanks a ton.
time.
Thank you, Kavi.
You know, what I'm coming out of this entire session with is something unexpectedly beautiful, deep, and stimulating. And what you've said is very, very important. The bottom line is it's all in the state of mind. And this attitude of abundance, which we all have to cultivate, and which is the key to achieving anything in life, basically, and being happy most of all, right? And I'm very glad you corrected that young lady about, you know, being in a startup, not sleeping and working 24/7. Having a good rhythm in life, a healthy rhythm with lots of play and relaxation, meeting friends and sleep and eating properly.
You'll be more valuable to the organization. You'll be more productive. If you get your sleep, if you have happy connections in your family, if you are friends with people, you'll be more productive as a human.
You're describing our organization, but I won't go into that. But great. It's wonderful to have you here with us, Raghu. And we have this on record and it's available to others who might have missed this talk. But I think it's been very inspiring for all of us. Thank you very much for spending your time. And
thank you, Kavi.
Enthusiastic about it. Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye. Thanks a ton, everyone.
We didn't give the round of applause from the audience.
Yes. We normally unmute your mic and give you.
Thank you.
Good night. Okay, we have some feedback forms that we need to. Kriti, good to have you around.
Bye.
So we have some feedback forms. Yeah, Arjun?
Yeah, Lohit sir, is there an announcement for YouTube also, or
Yes,
I think feedback form is closed.
Feedback is closed. There's just YouTube winners, quiz winners. I'll just announce that right now.
Please do.
Okay.
So YouTube, the winners are Jasmeet Singh and Kushal Sharma. Way to go, guys.
Jasmeet or Jagmeet?
It's Jagmeet. It's our intern.
Yeah, Jagmeet Singh.
Jagmeet Singh, yes.
Thank you, guys. See you later. See you tomorrow. Take care.
Thank you.
I'll stop the stream now.